Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas in July. Now sending a text message. We're insistent. No, welcome to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Santa, and this evening I've got all the treats for you, including the lovely Janet. How are you? You right?
Hi Santa, sorry.
You've ruined the illusion.
Sorry.
Everyone was tricked until you said that, Janet. You're right.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
It's been a lovely day so far.
It's been gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, nice weather and amazing deals.
Yeah, yeah.
Can't say fairer than that.
Yeah, fab.
I've been getting in trouble for the last few weeks because I keep mentioning the C word.
But we've got to think about it. You've got to think ahead, haven't you?
I think so.
As crafters, we're always sort of thinking ahead, aren't we?
Some people are telling me that Christmas is dealt with. They're into the new year. They're dealing with Valentine's Day designs.
I'm not that well organised.
No. You're a bit more organic in your approach.
Yeah, just go with the flow.
Fair enough, fair enough. But if you do like to plan ahead, if you work from season to season because you're taking your craft fairs very serious, then today's the day, because we've got all of the deals you'll need, including some Christmas treats, because we've got nice sparkly and glittery things. We've got genuine cultured pearls throughout the show, as well as amazing premiere pieces. Now, if anybody is already ahead of the game and they're starting to plan for the new year, how about this brand new strand of amethyst, February's birthstone coming up. And this will be coming up in the final hour of the show, just before we bring you our double star buy. Very, very exciting double star buy this evening. Have a look at these two. Now, they're both going to be launched as individual strands, back to back at around about 8:45 this evening. I have to say, I'm pretty excited by these gemstones because you've got the peacock pearls and you've got the faceted black spinel. This is some of the finest quality spinel we've ever been able to bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Look at these little faceted cuboid shaped prisms. So you've got your pearls and spinel. Those are coming up at the end of the show. But we've got deals throughout from 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. I have to make you aware of one of them actually. Have a look at this. This is just so perfect for your Christmas designs. In fact, should we give everybody the opportunity to own this right now? Let's do it, because we only have a limited number and I think it's going to be extremely popular. over the last few weeks, we've been starting to explain to everybody that we're expecting to see an overall increase in the price of cultured pearls, not just here at Jewellery Maker, but throughout the entire industry. It's to do with new sanctions that are being placed on the suppliers that cultivate the pearls. These are suppliers that we've been dealing with for nearly 10 years, and unfortunately they just aren't able to give us the same prices as they always have done. Of course, we're still going to be the most competitive supplier on the market, and right now we're able to continue with our little swan song to the price of pearls. This is totally ridiculous, I have to say. You've also got your 3mm seed beads of red Jasper. We're launching the show with this. It is a limited edition bundle. We've already got a lot of takers, both on the free phone number and at JewelleryMaker.com. So you've got this beautiful red tone, and then you've got your pearls. Now, traditionally, I always describe the Jasper as being more of a sort of Mediterranean tone, but actually, set with the white pearls, it really is bringing the more cherry red tones out. Have a look at this design. You can see it's quite an organic look. This is just a simple wire twisting technique. I say simple. I bet I couldn't do it as well as this, but I have been taught it. So if you do tune into the morning show regularly, for example, the last time I did a show with Sheila on the Pearl Showcase, she actually made a similar piece using this wire twist. It's quite simple to achieve, isn't it?
It is simple to do, but you get a really nice effect from it.
And it almost looks like the gemstones are sort of suspended on the design.
It's floating, but that's beautiful, that is, isn't it? Stunning.
I've just heard that 3/4 of the stock's already been allocated. We'd better get our Christmas price point on screen. There you go. Cultured pearls and Jasper for $6.95. And you can see how well they work together here, not just in terms of the collaboration of colours, if you like, but also the sizes. I think they're really complementary, aren't they? Because the Jaspers they almost look like little berries, don't they?
But that price, just for the pearls, would be absolutely amazing. Would be unbelievable.
We won't even be able to bring pearls to you at this price by the end of the year, is my estimation. I can't say exactly what's going to happen, of course, but we are expecting to see an overall increase in price. So, I mean, even if we didn't have the Jasper, I'd be expecting to be able to stock up on the pearls. Yeah, totally agree. Do you find that pearls are big for the sort of winter period?
I think pearls are big all year round. That's something that I sell sort of all year round, really. They're just, and that size of pearl in that colour is so useful. They're just so beautiful.
The size of the pearls is 9 by 8 millimeters, and I suppose anything over 8.5 millimeters in the industry is considered a luxury pearl. So you're quite right. Yeah, they're masters. It has been a sell-out deal actually, straight away. So we are going to leave that one there. Our apologies, but yeah, absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So in this design, they've used focused on a little bit of wire twisting, and that's your sort of weapon of choice, isn't it, Janet? Wire. You like a bit of wire work, don't you?
I love wire work. Yeah, it's great. It's for me. I started off sort of beading and threading and things, and then a natural progression for me was to move into wire. And as soon as I started working with it, that's it. It just sort of takes over your life. Yeah.
It starts to evolve from being a hobby into a passion, I suppose.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And that happens really quickly when you sort of start jewellery making. So
I'll speak to so many customers who tell me it started off as just something to do in their spare time, and now it's just taken over their whole world.
It does,
whole rooms of their house dedicated to everything. So they go really exciting, and we're now going to give everybody who is planning to sell for the Christmas craft fairs a little bit of an opportunity to increase your gemstone stash by giving you some clearance deals. These are traditionally going to be double deals. So this is the idea, is that what we've done is we've taken 2 strands, doubled them up so that we can create a wholesale deal and give you a clearance price. Of course, this is the best way to take advantage of the wholesale value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Hugely profitable gemstone for most jewellery makers at craft fairs. Rainbow moonstone, probably because of the optical effect. It's known as agilorescence. And it means that you get these little flashes of colour. Now, sometimes I think guilty of being a little bit blasé about this, and you know, we're more worried about whether the studio lighting is showing it at its optimum. But can you imagine the first time you ever see this?
Yeah.
You're not thinking about, oh, well, you know, are the lights at the optimum angle there for that? You're just thinking, oh my goodness, look at that, a flash of electric blue in the middle of a genuine gemstone. And so, you know, I think if you try to get in tune with the way your customers are going to react the first time you see it, you can understand why so many jewellery makers are excited by Rainbow Moonstone. On top of that, it's a very popular birthstone. It is in fact June's birthstone, but of course, if you're selling designs at Christmas time, you could be selling gifts for somebody and their birthday might be in June.
Yeah.
Like me.
Like me.
And you.
Yeah.
There you go. We've just taken it down from $39.95 to $24.95. That means that it's buy one, get one for £5. That's ridiculous value this evening. I have to say, the quality of this particular moonstone is amazing. We've got agilorescence on each and every gemstone, whole spectrums of colour, little mini rainbows living inside the gemstones. Not always easy to show you in the studio, but as I say, when you see that flash of colour inside a gemstone, look at that sort of violet-like glow there. And actually, moonstone's interesting from a jewellery making point of view because, of course, normally we're used to matching up colour tones of the gemstone itself, but you could actually match the gemstones to the colour of the agilorescence. I suppose that's another design angle.
Blue back out of the stone and bring out the blue in the stone. But what I would say is get them home, take them outside and really appreciate them in the daylight. When I get kits and if I've got moonstone in, it's the first thing I do is open them, take them outside and have a good look at them.
You can see it.
You'll be amazed.
Do you find that sometimes when you see the optical effect of a gemstone, it actually starts to spark your creativity?
Yeah. And I think that's right, because the more interesting all gemstones are beautiful, but when you get gemstones like this, they've got that inner beauty. And they just spark ideas. Once you start looking at things and you look at the inner beauty of it, it's sort of, your creativity does start to flow.
I suppose that can be quite a trying part of the creative process, really. If you know, it's just like, you know, having writer's block, if you like. If you haven't got a bit of inspiration, then it can be quite difficult to come up with a new design. But if the gemstone can inspire you, that helps.
Look through your gemstones. If that happens, you know, have a good old rummage through your gemstones and just start appreciating the gemstone as a gemstone. And then from that,
you can
ideas
start to
come then.
build up a design around the gemstone. Actually, funnily enough, Mark Smith's here doing the macrame workshop today, and his trick is very similar to yours, although what he says is hang them up on your washing line, the strands, and then stand at north, east, south and west. And then you can see from all angles the way the light's going to affect the gemstone. That's a nice idea. We've just saved everybody £15 on some very, very high quality rainbow moonstone, normally $19.95 per strand. This evening, buy one, get one for £5. We're going to continue with the double deals, and we're now going to bring you big, faceted, top drilled slabs of Rutar quartz. In all honesty, these probably going to be used as pendants within your designs. Can't see any other use for them because they're just of such a significant size. What's this guy celebrating? It looks like a man going like this. So you do. Ah, he already knows the price. That's what it is. He's celebrating. Do you know what? That's so interesting that everybody's seen the same sort of imagery within the inclusions, within the rutilations, because of course they are completely random. Now these inclusions are actually caused by tourmaline. They're sometimes known as tourmalations, but yes, this is our black Rutar quartz. So perfect for those classic monochrome looks, or perhaps you want to soften them up by including another colour tone. I know, in fact, haven't we got a little rose quartz bundle coming up later in the show? We don't? Oh, it's been moved into another show. There
Oh,
you go.
weird.
That's what happens if you do your preparation for the show before all the decisions have been made by the producers. There you go. But the reason I mention that is just because I like the idea of integrating those feminine tones into the monochrome looks, because it gives it an extra dynamic. Yes, it gives it a little bit of femininity, but it also gives it a bit of drama, I always think. Blacks, whites and pinks together.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Like you say, stunning pendants, wire wrap pendants, they'd be perfect.
Oh, of course. The wire workers
Yeah.
be excited by this
Yeah.
idea because it allows you to express your personality, because there's a big surface area
Yeah,
of the gemstone.
because you can treat it almost as a cabochon, really, can't you?
I was thinking that.
So you
I was
don't
gonna
have
ask
to
that,
use
yeah.
the drill hole. You can just use it as a cabochon, and there's lots over the last sort of few months. We've seen lots of different ways of using cabochons.
Yes.
So they're perfect. Perfect.
Absolutely. And you can see here there will be slight variations in the size. Of course, it's based on the carat weight, so this one is slightly smaller in terms of dimensions, but it has a deeper coulée to the gemstone itself. Now, normally one of these black rutile quartz pendants would be $9.95. Right now it's a double deal. We've taken it down to a clearance price of $11.95, so that's buy one, get one for £2. And the beauty of working with a rutile quartz pendant like this is that you know each and every design is going to be completely unique. No two designs are going to be the same, because of course the rutilations are naturally occurring. So Mother Nature's placed all of those little inclusions inside the gemstone, and it adds that little bit of extra character not only to the gemstone but to the entire design. As Janet's saying, you know, you could use this as a cabochon, and then the world's really your oyster, because you could set it into a soutache design and frame it with your seed beads, or of course if you are including it in wirework designs, then, well, the possibilities are endless really. It's about, you know, really limiting your own creativity, because sometimes you can go absolutely crazy with wire. Always looks incredible though. We're going to move on, and now we're going to bring you some of the gorgeous snow white tones of Christmas, but in quite a tropical mineral, I suppose, in terms of your shell. So this is quite nice for maybe just giving yourself a little lift over the Christmas months. What do we think? Because you've still got the right colour tones, but you know, you can start to think, oh, it's only a few months till I get fly off to a nice sunny location again. Now, this particular white shell is 12mm in size, so quite a significant size. It's going to make an impact on the look that you create, but because they're the puffy coins, I think they're going to be so comfortable to wear on the wrist line, on the neckline. I love this shape. I always associate it with basic designs. Maybe that's just me.
No, I think it's a perfect design for rings. It'd be great for rings.
Of course, you only need one gemstone,
Yeah.
then, don't you?
And because of the shape, because of that, it's that puffy kind. It sort of sits nice on the wrist, as you say.
It's a little
And
proud,
I think it's sort of like, it could be in Christmas designs, but then again, it could go through to summer designs. It
Absolutely.
Could, the white, I mean, you know, the possibilities are endless, aren't they?
Totally
Really?
neutral, I suppose. So go with any other gemstone, fit any
Perfect.
metal tone, and work in any design.
And a really good shape, usable shape. So
There you go. Then ticking every box, you might
yes,
say.
yeah.
$7.95 per strand normally, and that would mean that if you wanted to buy two, it'd be $15.90. But as part of a double deal, a clearance opportunity this evening, it's going to be buy one, get one for £2. Just £10 this evening for our clearance double deal on white shell, 12mm puffy coins. And actually, when you think about actually sourcing a natural mineral like this, because of course it hasn't necessarily been through the extreme pressures and temperatures as a gemstone has when it's forming, naturally forms over a much shorter period of time, of course. But then in order to find shell that's of a high enough quality to actually be polished to a point where it can be set into a design is actually quite labour intensive, and so that is an incredible price point. Just £5 a strand here. They're 12mm puffy coins as well. And I suppose the other benefit of that is that having a uniformed size in an organic mineral means that you can create very uniform looks using the techniques that you've learnt jewellery making, but you're still going to have that organic feel
Yeah.
from the gemstone itself.
And of course, the colour isn't a flat white colour. it's got sort of, each one has got its own sort of identity again. So you've got that sort of pattern going through them as well, which adds that interest to them as well. They, you know, they're not flat white.
Yes.
They've got that lovely sort of luster to them.
That's true actually, because a lot like the rutilations, that
Yeah.
banding
Yeah.
gives it that individuality,
Yeah.
I suppose, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that adds to the design as well, doesn't it? They're beautiful.
Absolutely.
I really
And
like
actually,
those.
I'm guessing that there's a few people who are coming through on the free phone number, probably to create holiday jewellery as much as
Yes,
to
perfect.
get these for the Christmas months. So there you go, very versatile and eclectic, but mostly usable gemstone. And we've already had a little message in. Who's it come from? It's come from Carol. It says, Ed, I cannot believe that you are in a Santa suit in this heat, plus the studio lights. What a trooper. Carol, I'm hotter than the sun. I have to say, but I'm not alone, because we are one big happy family here at JewelleryMaker. I'm not the only one who's being a trooper, as you put it, Carol. Check out my team this evening. They're not messing around. They're Hawaiian Santas. They've got their hula skirts on. It's Christmas in July. And we've had another text from someone else. And it says, okay, my producer says he's not too sure about this. Helen says, can I sit on Santa's knee, please? Of course you can. Come down to the studios. There you go. If you do want to get involved with us here at JewelleryMaker, of course, there's a number of ways to do it. You can come down and visit us on one of our workshops. What you've got to do is contact our help team. They'll put you through to Wendy, our workshop coordinator. Alternatively, you might like to come down for the Sunday experience on the Sunday show. So there's lots of ways to get involved. And I should just say as well, hold on a second. I haven't even announced the text topic. Okay, we're going to do a star buy first, I'm being told. Are we going to do another clearance deal before we do our star buy? Yes, okay. All right then. Everybody already knows because I've been talking about it on Facebook all day. Right, let's go. Where are we going to? Now, I see these as a nice addition to people's gemstone collections, because these are the kind of gemstones I think that do give you a bit of design direction, as we've just been discussing. They're so vivacious and vibrant in their colour tone. These are a real sort of hot pink. Actually, they're more of a neon pink, actually. It's not necessarily coming through on the screen, but they do have this sort of inner glow, if you like. And this is actually your pink chalcedony. Now, I think when you're working with a gemstone like this, you're going to have a clear idea of what you're trying to create, I would imagine, because they are very bright, aren't they?
But when I think of Christmas parties and think of someone in a little black dress and the colour just coming from the jewellery,
yes.
and something like that is perfect. Perfect for that.
That's a good point, actually, because a lot of people, as we approach the winter months and the party season, start to wear more subdued colour tones in terms of their attire, but that gives you the opportunity to wear more vibrant accessories, I suppose.
Yes, definitely. And if you're the sort of person who doesn't wear a lot of bright colours in your clothes, then do it in the jewellery.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So with a little black dress,
I
stunning
mean, you could
necklace
just
in
use
that,
two
perfect.
of these droplets as a pair of earrings, couldn't you?
Perfect.
With your LBD.
Yes, definitely.
So they actually range in size from 11 by 8 to 17 by 11, and actually this is a great point, especially against black. They're going to really give you a bit of colour bang, aren't they? You can see here. Oh, actually, you could even create quite a gem-heavy design here. You could make a double strander there, couldn't you? That's quite good for. That's really quite a party look, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. And the thing is, you could make yourself a really elaborate or gem-heavy piece of jewellery, wear it for your Christmas parties, and then if you want to use it for something else,
break it down
and do something else with it.
Make 20 pairs of earrings and get your money back.
That's right, exactly right.
That's one way to do it. If you are creating bespoke jewellery designs and you're confident in the finish you've created, you could actually sell your designs after having used the gemstones. There's nothing stopping you from breaking a design down once you've worn it to that special event. Now, $17.90 is the current price point, meaning that each strand is $8.95. But this evening, once again, buy one, get one for £2 at $10.95. This actually comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Best possible quality of chalcedony we can source for you. and just have a look at the colour tone. It's going to make a significant impact on your designs. £10.95, buy one, get one for just £2. 80 carats in total on one strand. So that means you get 160 carats in total. And not only are you getting the significance of the colour tone that's going to make an impact on your designs, just have a look at the way the gemstones have been faceted. Quite a lot of facets placed on the surface of each gemstone, so you get that beautiful play of light. Basically, you get a lot of sparkle. That's what people are looking for, not just at for the Christmas period itself, but especially for the party season. You know, if you are going to wear, you know, quite a simple outfit, as Janet's saying, like a little black dress, then you still want to be able to make an impact. This is the way to do it.
And like you say, there's lots of sparkle in there, so it's a bit of bling, but it's sort of elegant bling.
Yeah.
You know, it's
and as
beautiful.
You rightly said, it's a way to integrate some more bright colour tones into your outfit.
Definitely.
So there you go. A great idea for the Christmas period, but to be honest, once again, they'll be perfect all year round. I can see them being really popular and maybe like sort of festival style designs at this time of year. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to give you your little spacer bars here. So these are perfect if perhaps you do like to create the multiple stranded necklaces that I was just describing. These are perfect because they allow you to bring all the strands together. I'll show you the actual piece itself. Where's the tweezers gone to? Oh, it's all right. I'll hold it up. Here you go. These are gold-plated 95 sterling silver. You get 3 little holes there, so you can create, as I say, multiple weaves, multi-stranded necklaces and bracelets, and this will bring it all together. Now these are 12mm by 2mm. So you get 25 in each bag, giving you 50 in total. Oh! Whoops. So this works out at about 22 pence. Oh, you haven't done the deal yet, have you? Anybody who's really good at maths has already worked out where we go. Oh, right, you had done it. So online they could see it. There you go. We've corrected that now. So originally this would have cost you £17.90. Again, making them £8.95 per pack. But tonight you can get 50 for £10.95. Buy one, get one free. Gold-plated sterling silver here. So the opportunity to work with precious metals, and I suppose sometimes with some of these more indiscriminate findings, things that aren't really going to be a feature of the design itself, they're more sort of used for a practical use. You could get away with using a base metal, but if you're planning to sell your designs, you want to show your clients that you show a real attention to detail from start to finish, and even in the more fundamental findings that aren't key to the design, you still manage to source gold-plated sterling silver. And of course, it means that you can justify the price points that you want to achieve at your craft fairs, particularly to customers who are a little bit more knowledgeable, because they'll almost be expecting to pay a premium if you're working with precious metals like silver, especially gold-plated silver.
And they're really useful as well. I mean, that deal you had with the pearls earlier, if I'd have been lucky enough to get 3 lots of those,
yes,
make a really pearl 3-strand necklace.
Oh, yes.
With you know, with those gold findings, imagine sort of how much that would be worth then.
Well, from a boutique, you'd be expecting to pay like £300 for that, wouldn't you? But of course,
how stunning would that look? That'd look great, wouldn't it?
Amazing white pearl. Actually, you know what? Even with the red jasper, the gold, the red and the white together,
perfect.
Absolutely amazing. So there you go. Okay, I've got these little spaces absolutely everywhere. I should just say, has anybody noticed who's back on the desk? Mr. Incredible's only climbed out the woodwork for the Christmas show. There he is. Now, regular viewers who are watching towards the end of last year, obviously around the Christmas period, will know that, yes, my over-reliance on one superlative led to this little mascot being named Mr. Incredible. So there you go. We're going to move on though. Lots of people getting involved with that deal, so congratulations. Okay. A double deal on November's birthstone. So this is quite clever because, of course, if you are starting to plan for the Christmas period, a lot of the Christmas fairs will actually be held in October and November, won't they, rather than the month of December itself.
That's
and
right.
so
They start in October, I would say.
generally,
Yeah.
Okay, there you go then. So just as we start to enter the winter period, that's when the Christmas craft fairs really take off. And this is a rather beautiful example of November's birthstone. It's almost like the same glow that you get from the winter sun. You know, it's a bit lower in the sky. You don't get the warmth, but you get that glow, don't you?
That's a really lovely colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
really
it's almost
soft.
like a champagne hue, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Quite subtle. Do you prefer to work with vibrant colours or more subtle tones, or does it depend what mood you're in?
It depends what mood you're in and sort of what ideas you've got. So I tend to sort of just go with the flow, really.
Right.
So if I like the pink gemstones, I mean, I'm not a pink person, but I would go for the pink. Because the gemstone was so beautiful, you know, and then you work your design. I would work a design around that then.
Okay, so it's really about taking inspiration from the gemstone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because I think this gemstone is again perfect for, well, the Christmas period, because you've got that little champagne fizz. The golden tones are always popular at that time of year as well, aren't they?
They do look like champagne bubbles, don't they?
Yeah, they do, because you've got very slight inclusions in the gemstone. Again, I think that will provide you with a little bit of texture, particularly if you're working with this gemstone, because this is a polished plain round, so it has got that polished finish, so you aren't necessarily going to get that play of light, that sparkle, but the slight inclusions are almost providing you with that look. £9.95 is your price point, so £5 a strand. Normally you'd be paying £7.95 per strand. Right now we've taken this down to buy one, get one for £2. That is an incredible deal when you look at the quality of the citrine we've got here. 280 carats across both strands. Beautiful finish because of the way it's been polished, and that very subtle but consistent colour tone. The gorgeous golden citrine glow. £9.95, and is that our final double clearance deal? That's our final deal, clearance deal. Not of the night, just of this particular segment. We will have clearance deals throughout the evening, but right now it's time for a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for our first star buy of the evening. We are going to have one of these roughly every 30 minutes or so on the show, and it's our opportunity to, I suppose, bring you ridiculous value, because we pride ourselves on giving the best value on the market, but whenever we bring one of our star buy bundles to you, it represents the fact that we're going a little bit above and beyond, shall we say. So a little bit too low. It's not about making money, it's about making friends. That's what our wholesale bundles are all about, making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, but also trying to reflect the feedback that we've received from our customers. Because a lot of the time, our producers are inspired by your suggestions. And if you've got anything that you'd like to see placed in a star buy bundle, then send it through to my presenter page, and I'll always feed that back to our presenters. Now, a lot of the time we get asked to have the same gemstone, but in a variety of sizes. And we've also had a lot of requests recently for seed beads, because as Janet was saying earlier, a lot of the disciplines now are becoming more and more popular, and they're reliant on certain gemstones. Like we were talking about soutache, you've got to have the cabochons. Wire work, everybody's after the cabochons. But also for your soutache, you're going to need your seed beads to frame the cabochons. But they're also popular in, I suppose, wire work as little flourishes. You need your seed beads because they sit where you can see there, that they sit on the end of this twisted wire technique so perfectly. That looks gorgeous. But also, you know, bead loom, for example, micro macrame, Anything else that I'm forgetting? Shout it out, Sam. Kumahimo, there you go. Have I missed any, Janet?
I think you can, and just simply as accents in between larger gemstones as well.
As your
So
spacers.
so if you just want to use them simply as that, as spacers, they're beautiful, aren't they?
There you go.
Beautiful
it's the perfect
colour.
way to make your showcase gemstones,
Yeah.
your statement pieces go a little bit
Yeah.
further, aren't they? And here, we're giving you all those icy blues. And that is really optimised by the way each and every strand has been faceted. So not only do you get that subtle icy blue hue, but you also get a little bit of sparkle. Almost like when the sun's reflected off the frost. That's the kind of sparkle you're getting from these gemstones. We've got your 2mm rounds, your 3mm rounds, and your 4mm rounds of your blue agate here. So beautiful consistency of colour across each strand. And it's that gorgeous pale powder blue or sky blue, I suppose. Pretty much going to work with most other colour tones here, I would imagine. And the beauty of a blue gemstone is that it can either complement other colour tones by giving it a certain direction, i.e. if you set it with white gemstones, for example, you're going to create that nautical look. But of course as well, it's beautiful for toning down the more...
Well, you can have it to tone down bright gemstones, or you can have it put it with another bright gemstone and sort of clash the colours. Put some pink with it, and you've got the pink and the blue, so they bounce off each other.
Absolutely.
So you can do lots and lots of things with it.
So it's really versatile, isn't it? And of course, most people's first purchase of genuine gemstone jewellery will be a blue gemstone. So if you are thinking about selling your designs at Christmas craft fairs, this could be the way to go. Make sure that you've got your blues on your stall. Blue agate here in your 2mm, your 3mm and your 4mm rounds. One of the most popular cuts right now, your faceted round. And here comes your price point this evening. Normally if you were to buy these 3 seed bead strands, it would take you about £16.85. But this evening, £10 for 3 strands. And lots of jewellery makers out there are trying to get hold of the same gemstone in these varying sizes. We've put it together for you here in the most popular gemstone colour tone, Sky Blues. £9.95 for 3 strands. Normally it'd be £16.85. This is one of our star buy deals tonight. It's our way of giving you a wholesale opportunity, a clearance price for 3 strands of gemstones. Probably one of the most useful gemstone sizes, ranging from 2mm to 4mm. Lots of people coming through on the website JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, if you do place these in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. We only have a limited number of each bundle and it will only be available for 60 minutes. We're going to move on. Oh yes, because we're going to do a bit of a competition tonight. We want to get you to interact with us this evening and enter into the Christmas fun that we're trying to create halfway through the year. And I'm going to give away my charm bracelet. I made this the other night to, and basically, as soon as I set eyes on the charms, I was so inspired I had to make something.
So you made that?
I made this, yeah.
Wow.
Do you like it?
It's very pretty.
Thank you. Actually, Mark Smith was shocked that I was prepared to give it away. Thought I'd want to keep it.
Yeah, it's very generous of you.
I'm a generous kind of guy, especially when you get all the ingredients for free. I'm Santa, not just generous. I'm the epitome of generosity. I symbolise generosity right now. I guess I'm going to give away the charm bracelet. You don't have to keep it this way. I suppose you could chop it up and use the charms if you wanted to. But who would want to give away an Ed McKay design, one of a kind? Everyone, apparently. Okay. If you want to get involved, though, it's quite simple. It's a bit of fun. All we want you to do, it could be controversial. So, what's the worst Christmas present you've ever received? So text in to 60777, but start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Or, of course, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, just click the message box. Send us a message, and the one that tickles our ribs the most will receive my charm bracelet. Does that sound like a good competition? Okay, so you can text in from now, and during the final hour of the show, we'll announce which we think is the funniest, and somebody will win the charm bracelet this evening. So that's good, isn't it? You like that?
Yeah, I like
Does
that.
anybody have the nerve to actually say what the worst Christmas present they ever received was? Pete will. Pete won't let me down. You're thinking now? You're happy to announce it on national TV. He's only ever had great Christmas presents, he said. Unbelievable. Okay. Where are they? Oh, here they are. These are the coated strands of quartz. And they're coming up, in about 15 minutes time, not long to wait at all. Do you know what? When I see these strands of gemstones, I just see Christmas baubles.
Yeah.
Oh, that's oh right, okay, so I thought they'd been classified that. I was thinking, oh my goodness. No, but you're just in agreement with me, yes, okay, yeah. And channel manager Paula agreed with me as well. She scheduled them because she thought they looked like Christmas baubles. There you go. Well, they do, because we're all in agreement. And they're just perfect, aren't they, for your Christmas designs? So they're coming up in about 15 minutes time. 2 premiere launches back to back there. No, that was just a random necklace bust. Oh, is it this one then? Sorry, I thought you meant the black one. It is. Okay, brilliant. Sorry. We're going to give you the opportunity to own this bust. I thought you were referring to the black bust I held up before. It's the white bust we're bringing you. It's the large white necklace bust. You can see the effect it has on your designs. It just allows you to display your pieces of jewellery in a professional manner, particularly your showcase pieces, I suppose. Maybe that statement design that you really have no intention of selling, but you want to display to attract attention to your store. This is the way to do it. Would you agree, Janet?
Excuse me, definitely. I think if you've got if you've got a craft fair, to have something in the centre of your store on a bust like that, just to catch people's eye as they walk past. Right. I think that's the way to go. But it's nice to have a few of them along the back of a store. Yes. When I do mine, I sort of raise up. I'll put some boxes, put a cloth over the top, and then have a row of busts at the back, and then sort of step down. And these are perfect for that, and they make your jewellery just look absolutely beautiful.
So as well, because they've got that leatherette finish, and they look, they look quality,
they look professional,
don't they? Yes.
And it gives your piece that professional look, it just finishes it off. And also, if you're making as well, whenever I'm making, I've always got a bust there. So when I'm making, I put it onto the bust just to see if it hangs right. See how it's going to hang. Yeah. Yes. So even for that, if you're not selling for yourself, just to be making, it's always handy to have them. Great
idea, because I always think of the bust as more of a trade show item, for people who are selling. Yeah. That's a great point, because if you're trying to make your design, quite difficult if you're trying to crouch down in front of a mirror and stuff, but if you can just put it on the bust, look at it, how it's going to sit.
Much easier to work that way.
Brilliant. There you go, you see, you learn something new every day, especially if you're working with an expert like Janet. There you go. So the display bust itself is 25.5 centimetres by 21 centimetres in size, so it's quite good. I mean, I actually prefer the broader busts because, of course, they do give you that more natural look, whereas the slender ones aren't as accurate in the way the necklace will actually hang.
No, that's more of a sort of a real life size.
It's like a decolletage, isn't it, on a female? Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. So it will definitely give you more of a practical application if you are using it to see how the design will work, but of course as well, if you are displaying your designs in a traditional craft fair, maybe, the sort of village hall venues, I think it's going to set you apart from other designers because, well, I do attend quite a lot of local craft fairs in the Midlands just to see what's going on in the industry. Obviously, I'll get mobbed with all the autograph hunters. No, I'm joking. I've got complete anonymity. Actually, I did get spotted in the other day. I'll tell that story in a minute. But when you go in there, a lot of people have just sort of laid down a piece of felt, haven't they, and laid out their designs, whereas you can tell the people who are taking it seriously, if you like, who are behaving as professionals because they've got the busts and they've displayed everything appropriately, and they've got their gift bags and their tea bars for their bracelet designs.
It does make a difference.
Well, those are the first stalls I'm drawn to, and I always think when I'm driving away, because you know, there was an air of professionalism about the stall.
And people then know that you're serious about what you're doing. So yeah, it does make a difference, I think.
There you go. And of course, if you display your items appropriately, if you present them in a professional way, you'll be able to justify the price points again much more easily if you're trying to achieve those more premium price tags for your bespoke piece of jewellery. Presentation is a key part of, and of course it can help to seal the deal, can't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing. People are going to have more confidence and trust in handing over their hard-earned if they're comfortable with the way it looks, because it makes them feel like, well, I'm sure this isn't going to fall apart. The person was really professional. Yeah. So there you go, $8.95, and I'm sure that will help a lot of jewellery makers to actually recoup a lot of the money that they invest in their gemstones, because it allows you to look like a true professional. We're going to move that to one side. What's this doing hiding here? This should be taking pride of place. Everybody wants to own that charm bracelet. Okay, moving on. Where to? Ooh, now I'll tell you what, if anybody was watching the morning show from 9 AM till 1 PM daily, we're always joined by a guest designer on the morning show. This morning it was resident designer Linda, who was on with Vicky, and she used some very similar solar quartz. Now hers weren't actually purple, but the design was. So if you were feeling inspired by that design, or maybe you got hold of the kit, I think it was $34.95 for the kit containing the solar quartz this morning, this would be the perfect addition, because you've got the same look, you've got those beautiful inclusions, that essential, and that actually looks like a tie-dye t-shirt, doesn't it? You know, when you do tie-dye at school, that's what it looks like. But you've got these gorgeous inclusions that provide you with that little bit of character to your designs, but you've also got that rich, regal, amethyst purple colour tone, which is so popular. So this is a must-have, I think, for a lot of jewellery makers. I mean, each and every one could be used as a pendant, because they range in size from 18mm up to 27mm in size. 200 carats in total. And I've just heard that we are going to honour a previous price slash, so we're going to take this down and make it as accessible as possible. If you want to get involved with this deal, start dialing that free phone number right now, because we only have a limited number available. Solar quartz is always popular here at Jewellery Maker. One of the reasons I think solar quartz is very popular, just from speaking to people on Facebook, is because a lot of people who do create bespoke jewellery designs, we've just taken it down to £10 by the way, a lot of people who do create bespoke jewellery designs also have a bit of an affiliation or an understanding of the energies and the crystal healing properties that are held within gemstones, and quartz apparently is a good conductor of energies. Right. That's what I hear. I wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but if that's something that you're already interested in, this could be an important reason to get hold of solar quartz, especially when you've got it in a very versatile colour tone like this.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
I love them.
Purple is my favourite colour. Amethyst is my favourite gemstone.
Right.
Solar quartz, I just think it's so beautiful. And there's no doubting, if you've got that on your stall or you're giving that as a gift, there's no doubt that that's a genuine gemstone.
Yes.
You know, it's
very true.
You know, if you know nothing about gemstones, there's no doubt at all that that's not genuine.
You can see the way the gemstones actually formed around the organic imperfection.
It's just so beautiful.
If you look closely in the centre of each solar quartz, you'll see that they've got this little sort of nodule in the centre. That's going to be, you know, like a little fossilised creature, or a little piece of bacterial inclusion that's sort of infiltrated the quartz crystal structure while it's been forming, and then it's formed around that, and that's why they call it solar quartz. So it's quite an interesting gemstone, very, very organic in its look, but here, because we've dyed it this beautiful amethyst purple tone, you've got even greater versatility than usual with this gemstone. That's available right now at $9.95, but all of our price reductions are only available for 60 minutes. So if you do log in at JewelleryMaker.com, you'll see the little clock counting down next to that price point. We're going to move on. Oh, wow. This is awesome. Now, March's birthstone, and very popular for that reason, but the quality of this strand of aquamarine is ridiculous. I mean, it's one of those gemstones where you have to sort of wonder why it hasn't been set into 9 carat gold for Gems TV, our sister channel. It's that good. I mean, the clarity is spectacular, yet you've still got that very consistent sky blue colour tone attached. Actually, the last time I was on the show with Mark, he was saying that aquamarine has become his favourite gemstone. He said he's always got an ever-changing top 5, and I suppose a lot of jewellery makers are like that.
Yeah.
But he said at the moment, aquamarine's absolutely the #1 because of the quality. Now, it might be that Mark's been shopping with us for a long time, and maybe he's sort of noticed the quality improving. I wonder if that's the case.
But they're just so beautiful, and that centre one as well. I mean, it's just...
It's a significant size, isn't it? It's a significant carat weight.
I think, look at the sparkle from it as well.
Now the reason that you've got so much sparkle is because of the way the gemstone's been faceted. And the reason it's been faceted in this way is because of the clarity. It's just...
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's almost eye clean aquamarine, really. I can't
it's like ice, isn't it?
Yeah,
ice.
absolutely.
Blue you get on, it's just stunning.
It's very subtle blue hue, isn't it? And then like you say, you've got that icy tone.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
It's totally ridiculous. I mean, if you set this into one design, do not sell your aquamarine necklace for $14.95.
Well, you can make earrings and maybe just use 5 from the end.
Okay.
5 from each end and make just a simple pair of drop earrings, and you could charge $14.95 for it.
Yes. So there you go. That goes to show the profitability of the actual gemstone strands when they're of this quality, because you don't need to pile huge carat weights in to make a massive impact and actually make some very sellable jewellery designs, because this is of the same kind of quality I'd expect to see being sold by the high street jewellers or our sister channel Gems TV. It really is that good. March's birthstone, of course. And this is gorgeous aquamarine. I mean, this is just spectacular. This goes to show how we've really grown as a company over the last 4 years, because we have had aquamarine probably after a few months of operating. We were able to source certain qualities of aquamarine, but nothing like this. This, as I say, I would expect to see set into 9, maybe even 18 carat gold elsewhere. That's how good it is. It's absolutely gorgeous, and of course very, very easy to work with, because you've got those icy tones and that classic sparkle from the way the gemstone's been faceted. $14.95 in total. We're talking about 50p a carat for the kind of aquamarine that's going to make you a huge profit. We'll leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. And we've already talked about the importance of stocking up on your cultured pearls at the moment, because we're just sort of moving through the last of the pearl stock that we bought before the new sanctions were put upon the industry. We are expecting to see an overall increase in price on pearls over the next few months, an industry-wide increase, of course. But to be quite honest with you, the prices that we offer you here at JewelleryMaker aren't really comparable with other suppliers anyway. So if the rest of the industry start putting the price up on their pearls, then we're all in trouble. Well, we're not here at JewelleryMaker because our price is already ridiculous, but all the jewellery makers sourcing pearls could be in trouble, because pearls are hugely expensive elsewhere.
Well, definitely. I mean, I've looked, you know, in jewellers, and like you say, you're talking 3 figures just for a simple, plain sort of pearl necklace.
And they're not even perfect rounds. This is what I've been surprised about. When I saw those price points before, I was thinking, well, you know, some of our pearls have got slight imperfections on the surface. Theirs are exactly the same.
Yeah.
And they want you to pay ridiculous
hundreds
sums sometimes.
But those are so pretty. It's such a pretty colour.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? They're this sort of apple green or pastel tone.
Really beautiful.
But actually, the pearl essence that's coming off it, because of the imperfections, because of these little, I suppose, unique shapes to each and every pearl, it gives it a greater pearl essence than you'd normally find, actually, because the light is sort of getting caught in the little ripples of the...
They're really interesting, aren't they, to look at each and, you know, look at them all, and they'd be great in bridal jewellery.
Yeah.
Perfect in bridal jewellery, if that sort of fits in with your colour theme and things. They'd be perfect for that.
Do you know what I think they do look like a little bit as well? And I always think this when I see Keshi pearls, because they've got those organic shapes, but they're almost tapered.
Yeah.
They'd be like good, like little vine leaves in a wirework design. You could actually use this twisting technique,
in a design
and you could
like
actually
that.
set them in with the white pearls instead of the red, or even with the red jasper. They work, don't they? Because then it's like a little holly bush or something, if you like. Because you've got the leaves, you've got the berries.
Yeah, you get good at this, Ed.
Yeah. I'm always good at coming up with the design. I just can't do any of the techniques. Do you know what? I'm scared of some of the techniques just because I'm not confident in the finish I'll be able to produce, and I'm such a perfectionist, I'll just drive myself insane trying to get it exactly right, I reckon. I'm still going to learn. Yeah. I've just signed up for a workshop. In fact, I'm going to go on a workshop. So there you go. I will develop my repertoire of jewellery making. So you go, Keshi pearls, hugely versatile, perfect for wirework designs, bridal pieces, all available right now for £10, but we've got to leave that one with you because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy, and on this occasion it's a double star buy. So we're going to launch 2 premier strands back to back, and I'll just level with you. The reason that we're launching them in the late show back to back is that we only have limited availability. We weren't able to source a huge quantity. It wouldn't be worth it launching these to our morning audience, and so we've been lucky enough to have the launch on the late show. I'm going to do them back to back right now, so it's almost like a little bonus of a star buy. But how perfect are they for the Christmas period? They're like little Christmas baubles, but in gemstone form. They're coated quartz, so I mean these have been classified as blue coated quartz, and for the most part that's what they are. But when you look a little closer, you can see these very slight variations, giving you the golden and the violet tones at the very edges of the gemstone. In fact, this one's got a real beautiful sort of peacock style mixture of colours. I don't know if it's going to come through. It's going to mostly look blue on screen. And you've just got this ever so slight variation in the colour tone. Almost like if you see a pearlescent paint job on a car, you know, where when the light hits it, it was blue but now it looks purple, that kind of thing. That's almost how these are reacting to the light. And I suppose that's quite apt, really, because, as I said, that's sort of what Christmas baubles do, don't they?
Yeah, it's almost like a two-tone colour, isn't it? Yeah.
It's
a beautiful, stunning colour, isn't it?
I love the colour, because they'd work with so many different gemstones, wouldn't they? Actually, do you know what that would go well with? That aquamarine we just saw. Look fantastic, wouldn't it?
With the pale blue, yeah.
On the recording, you can see the very slight variations in the colour a little. You can see the purple tone coming through ever so slightly there. I think it's going to enhance your designs. They actually range in size, these gemstones, from 8mm up to 10mm. So it's a very subtle variation, really, but it gives you 100 carats in total. And, of course, another benefit, you've got these little base metal spaces in between each gemstone. So those would be quite useful for different crafting purposes.
Yeah, no, that's right. Always keep all the little bits that are sort of in between gemstones or attached to them. And I've got a little box that that I keep all the little tassels in and all the little plastic spacer beads and things. and you can always find a use for them.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Actually, you could use them how they've been using this strand,
definitely.
actually, just as part of the design, because the silvers and the blues go so well together. Now, this evening, we only have a limited number. When I say that, I've got less than 50 available. Already, I've got lots of people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. And tonight, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price. Now, this coated quartz comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Not easy to find huge amounts of gem quality quartz, but then to go that one stage further, cut and polish them into these uniform sizes, as well as giving it this pearlescent metallic coating, that's how I'm going to refer to it, is quite time consuming, quite labour intensive, but we're not going to reflect that in the price this evening. We're going to give you an exclusive launch price, and here it comes. $9.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of coated quartz. Basically, they're just mini Christmas baubles. How about this, Sam? I know you're a big, massive advocate of Tree of Lives.
I am.
What about adapting your Tree of Life into a little Christmas tree and then using these as the baubles?
That would be lovely. I would actually really like that.
You could give that as a gift.
With some of the green wire that we do.
Yes, the chartreuse wire.
Yeah.
And actually, somebody's done it for me. I was going to say, actually, you don't need to do the whole work, because you can just make, like, what's it called? You'll know the word. Yeah, like a spiral that's getting smaller. Anyway, you can use wire, you can do that. Anywho, so yeah, that'd work. And then it'd be so easy to make a wirework star for the top.
And maybe some tinsel made out of the micro beads we did earlier.
What's it called? What's that fibrous stuff that you put into your resin? Yeah, but what do we call it? Useful. Have a look on the website. What do you call it, Janet?
What's that, Ed?
You know, the little stuff that you put into the resin or the clay? It's on the somebody text him with the answer, because I can't think of it. Okay, lots of people flying in for that one, but as I say, we only had around 40 strands.
Oh, it's going to drive me mad now.
It's going to drive us all mad.
The producer will have a look on the website, because that is going to drive us all bonkers. Now we're going to bring you the exact same strand, only this time in the green tone. So instead of having a sort of purple variation, this is more like a golden, or is it the Angeline fibres? I feel like there's another name for it.
Yeah, but
more generic name.
no.
We'll have a look in the break.
Yeah.
So these have got range from a sort of forest green to a lime green. They've also got a little bit of a golden tone. Still the same variation in size, ranging from 8mm to 10mm. And the exact same launch price of $9.95. However, on this particular item, we do have lower stock quantities. Yeah, it is the Angeline fibres. The more I think about it, that is what it's called. The Angeline fibres. So anyway, you could use them as tinsel. That's all I was going to say.
Yes.
After all that. And actually, it was Sam's idea. It wasn't even my idea.
Don't blame me.
Useless. Epic fail there. Anywho, why not make your wirework Christmas trees? It would be a nice, little decoration to put out around the house, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Crafty Notion Crystallina Fibres.
There you go.
This was so not worth it. No, not you. I mean, my design idea. Over 100 carats of green quartz here, ranging in size from 8mm up to 10mm. We've got that pearlescent metallic coating with your little spacer beads in between as well, all for the exclusive launch price of £10. If you want to add that to your order, you do need to act immediately. As I said, we only had around about 30 strands of this particular item, so you are going to have to act very quickly if you want to get involved with that deal. And I do have a lot of people placing it in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Please ensure that you check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to leave that one there. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more inspiration from the lovely Janet and more incredible deals from producer Liam. I'll be here as well, so don't go away.
Hi Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have two delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and it's quite an interesting evening because we're having Christmas in July, and why not? So my name's Santa, thank you for joining us, and we're also joined by the very inspirational Janet. How are you? You okay?
It's good.
What are you working with over there, Anna? Janet? Annette? We'll try it with a J. Janet.
Yeah. I've got the pearls and spinel that you've got later.
They're coming up as the superstar buy.
Yep.
These are the two strands I showed at the start of the show. Are you putting them together?
Yes.
Oh, nice. This is going to have a very dramatic feel to it, isn't it? So we've got your pearls, your peacock cultured pearls here, textured finish almost to these organic pearls, and then some of the finest spinel we've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. I mean, just look at that luster, you can understand.
They're amazing. They're absolutely stunning. I've not seen this shape before.
No, absolutely. That
gorgeous.
faceted cuboid is going to be very popular with jewellery makers, I think.
It's incredible.
So those are coming up. I see those as the ultimate accent gemstone, actually.
Yeah, they are stunning.
Gorgeous. They're coming up at the end of the show, so that's what Janet's working on right now. So we'll provide you with a little bit of inspiration as the show goes on. But at the end of this hour, we've got a very special deal for anybody who is, imagine if this is your first year of selling at the Christmas craft fairs. So you've maybe been making for the last 12 months, but you haven't actually attended any craft fairs. Have we got the bundle for you? It's got everything you need to present your jewellery designs in a professional way. And of course, that's going to allow you to not only justify your price points, but perhaps achieve some of those premium price points for some of your more elaborate pieces. And it's coming up at around about 7 PM, everything for the professional jewellery maker. We have got another star buy coming up in about 20 minutes time. That's going to be this little beauty. Another one of the icy colour tones here, so the sky blues and the clarity of your clear quartz. But in your marquise cut, so your faceted pyrite marquise cuts and your plain cuts of clear quartz. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes time as a wholesale deal, a star buy offer. But first of all, we're going to do a birthstone segment, but with a difference. It's December's birthstones. Makes sense? We're pretending it's December. And I have to say, December is a little bit greedy when it comes to birthstones. Now, I've actually tried to research this today. Why has December got all of these birthstones? Why are they so gorgeous? I can't find the answer. I think that basically they just kept tagging them on to the end of the year. So now it's ended up with 3 of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, the first of which has managed to develop its level of prestige over a very short period of time. Originally discovered in 1969, this is gorgeous tanzanite, and we're still yet to find another source for this gemstone. It's a one location gemstone, actually just comes from one mine, and that mine is called Tanzanite 1. Quite a good name for the only one of its kind. Now, in the early 1970s, we couldn't go and purchase tanzanite and cut it and sell it because the rights to sell the gemstone were exclusively held by Tiffany's, and that kind of helped to increase the gravitas of the gemstone and present it as an aspirational item, I suppose, a luxury gemstone that people wanted to own. Now, as we moved through the 70s and 80s, we started to, the exclusivity fell away. We started to purchase tanzanite, still very, very high levels of prestige because, of course, any one location gemstone is known for its rarity. And as we started to get further down the tanzanite mine, started to think, oh no, it's running out. So we're thinking the natural source of tanzanite is now depleted, we're not be able to find any more, and of course, whenever this happens in the gemstone industry, there's a massive scramble to own the gemstone because it's expected that the price point will increase over time through its rarity. Fortunately, as we started to mine through the actual original mine shaft, we started to go further down and we found more deposits. So we now understand the way the gemstone forms within the mine. It almost forms in steps. And I suppose that's quite a good discovery for us. It's quite beneficial because it means that it's not necessarily a generational gemstone. So, when I first started with the Genuine Gemstone Company around about 7 years ago, we were talking about the idea of our children, or our children's children at least, never being able to own this gemstone because the sources were being depleted so quickly. And to be quite honest with you, that could still be the case. Of course, we only have one source for the gemstone. But because of the way that we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, the idea is we cut out the middlemen, we go direct to the mine owners, we deal directly with those people, the people at the top, and therefore we can negotiate the most competitive prices. We then have our own cutting facility in India, and that allows us to, again, cut out the middlemen, excuse the pun, cut out the middlemen, and therefore give you the best value on the market for tanzanite. Now, unfortunately, because of the depletion of the resource and because now, as we move into a new era, the local authorities in Tanzania are starting to protect their commercial interests. They're starting to think, well, why should we let you sidle up here and buy big bags of tanzanite at cost price and then cut it yourself. So now what they're going to start to do is cut the tanzanite themselves within that region. And of course, you know, there's benefits to that. We're very, very in tune with the local communities in Tanzania. We recently, well, I say recently, actually, it was last Christmas that we undertook a world record breaking charity event where we cycled from our studios to the mine in Tanzania and back again digitally, because we used a exercise bike and a little app to represent us covering the ground. In fact, a lot of the people who work on JewelleryMaker were involved in that, and we built 5 schools in Tanzania in the local area. So we've tried to give something back to the areas that we take resources from, but now we're getting to the point where the government are intervening. So they're starting to dictate how we can purchase the tanzanite, and going forward we're only going to be able to buy cut tanzanite. So again, you can expect to see increases on the price of tanzanite across the entire industry. Even here at JewelleryMaker, we are going to be affected. In fact, some of the price points have already been increased because they've been cut by the Tanzanian cutters rather than by our own personal cutters. So as I say, whenever you see incredible value on tanzanite here at JewelleryMaker, it's probably tenfold, because across the industry, if you know some of the bigger suppliers, some of the big jewellery brands having to buy cut tanzanite, that is going to affect the price that they're charging. And traditionally tanzanite jewellery does sell for 4-figure sums anyway. In fact, the most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold in the industry was a quadruple A tanzanite ring. Went for £4,000 at the time, but I did hear from the customer who told me that it was valued at 10,000, I think. So that just goes to show you the value that we offer you, not just here on JewelleryMaker, but also on our sister channel, Janets TV. And when I think about that ring, I think it was and I think that it was around about a 5-carat tanzanite. So the idea of being able to bring you 40 carats of tanzanite is not only very exciting, but the price is totally ridiculous. Have a look at this. For 40 carats of tanzanite, December's birthstone, $41.95. Now these are faceted droplets. They range in size from 5x3 to 9x5. And when you think about a gemstone like tanzanite that offers you this beautiful pleochroism, which for anybody who doesn't understand that term, if you are new to the world of gemology, it basically means that from different angles you can see different colour tones. This particular strand, because of the way it's been faceted, is absolutely displaying those rich violet tones from one angle. From the other, you've got these almost royal blues, and then I can also see little flashes of pink coming through as well. And it's just because of the way the gemstone has been faceted, combined with its natural pleochroism, those 3 different colour tones that you find within tanzanite. Faceted droplets, actually, the good thing about these is that I imagine they're going to be set into pendant or earring design, something with a little bit of movement. So that means you will be able to experience that slight but subtle colour change within tanzanite. 40 carats for $41.95. As I say, as we move forward within the industry selling tanzanite, I don't think there's going to be too many suppliers that can bring it to you for roughly £1 a carat. But that's what we've done this evening. $41.95 for 40 carats of faceted tanzanite. We're going to move on. And now we're going to bring you the polished variety, top drilled, once again, droplets. And just have a look at this. Slightly richer violet hue here from this particular strand, but you've got 70 carats in total. I have to warn you, I only have single figures of availability remaining on this particular strand, so it really is a case of first come, first serve. Whoa, 70 carats of tanzanite for $31.95 now. Now, of course, you can see the difference, because obviously when people think about protecting the commercial viability of a gemstone, what they're thinking about is the way the gemstone's cut. So you can understand the faceted variety is a little bit higher than the polished variety, but look at this, you get almost twice the carat weight, and we've just taken it down to $29.95. Ah, there you go. So my producer's honouring the launch prize this evening.
And I said this in the week I was on with Carol.
Okay.
Morning show. And I said, before JewelleryMaker, I couldn't imagine, I was working with emeralds in the week, and I thought emeralds, I'd never imagine being able to, as a jewellery maker, being able to work, but being able to work with tanzanite, it's just...
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you just can't sometimes.
You know, I have the same sort of experience or feeling, but from the other side, because of course I came from a traditional gemstone background where I would probably say that over the 3 years of producing, I probably had an hour showcase of tanzanite every day that I was a producer on Gems TV, because that's, you know, how sought after the gemstone is. When I came over to JewelleryMaker, we were predominantly selling, you know, crafting gemstones, things that are a little bit denser, like agates and jaspers, zoisite. I mean, zoisite's probably the closest we got to tanzanite, and I never thought that we'd ever have those gemstones, but of course we grew so quickly. And
it's just amazing to think that we can, as a jewellery maker, can work with tanzanite for that price.
I know.
You know, it's unreal, really. When
well,
I think
only
back,
5 jewellery makers can work with that price now.
Yes.
But you're quite right. On my last show,
amazing.
Scott and I did a bundle, and it had tanzanite and emerald in in the 5 strands. I mean, it's just unheard of, isn't it?
Stunning.
And there you go. Producer Liam this evening has given you a price reduction. There are only a handful of tanzanite strands remaining, 70 carats in total, polished droplets, and down to $29.95. So a minute ago, I was basically waxing lyrical about the fact that we could bring you faceted tanzanite for £1 a carat. This is better than 50p a carat. We're talking about what, 40p a carat for tanzanite. Polished to perfection. You've still got a very high-end finish from the polished gemstones, of course. Actually, do you know what? At that price, you could actually take 5 gemstones and create a little floral motif of tanzanite.
Petals,
Imagine that, little
they're
petals.
Perfect for petals.
Yeah.
And you could make them into little stud earrings, maybe. They'd look perfect.
Oh, that'd look gorgeous.
That'd look really nice,
That'd look great.
Wow.
Oh, they're flying out the door. The final 3 in stock now, available at that price for 60 minutes only. We're going to move on. Oh, we're jumping past that last one. Yeah, okay. Now we're going to bring you the 2nd of December's birthstones this evening, which is gorgeous turquoise. Now this is natural turquoise, the real deal. And this particular gemstone, hugely revered for, well, thousands of years actually. We have treasured this as a gemstone for around about 3,000 years, but they have actually found artifacts as old as 5,000 years old that contain natural turquoise. So you can see that even going that far back, this was a revered, I suppose they wouldn't have called it a gemstone there, but it was revered as something of natural beauty. And I think it's because of the colour tone combined with the banding that you find on the gemstone. That's the way I see it, and that's what my understanding of how the gemstone is considered. And of course, the colour tone is very, very important, because of course the colour turquoise takes its name from the gemstone. We originally had the name for the gemstone turquoise because it's the ancient word for the Turkish stone in French, which is where the trading of this gemstone originally began. So it was Turkish traders who brought it to Europe, and that's when it really started to take off as a prestigious gemstone. And actually it was during the Renaissance when a lot of the monarchs across Europe basically decided they were going to take all the turquoise because it was too beautiful for the commoners. That was their decision. And a lot of the time that's still the case, because the biggest designers in the world will snap up all of the available yield of turquoise. They have whole collections based around it, and therefore it's difficult for us to get hold of it as crafters. But of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we don't worry about all that. We're one of the biggest gemstone buyers in the world. So we are also able to source natural turquoise, and that gives you the same ability to work with this very, very revered gemstone, only at a much more affordable price, of course. This is the current price, $24.95 for 40 carats of tanzanite. That is hugely impressive already. And producer Liam, he's really got in the Christmas spirit. He's going to take it to the lowest ever price. Oh, I hate it when you say those words in my ear. Wow, I agree. Just so you know, the words he said were, I really shouldn't do this. I was thinking 19.95 because that would make it 50p a carat, but we've gone even lower, down to 17.95. Frankie in the West Midlands is texting to say, oh Ed, I have that strand and it is a beautiful golden matrix, gorgeous. So if that's confusing anybody and they're thinking of Keanu Reeves, the matrix is the banding, the webbing that you see on the surface of a gemstone. And have a look at this, because Frankie is precisely correct with her analysis, or his analysis. I suppose that's a unisex name. I always think of that spelling as being, only because one of my female friends is called Frankie and that's how she spells it, but I could be wrong. So Frankie out there in the West Midlands, absolutely correct. Just have a look at this, because normally the idea of working with turquoise is offering you that level of luxury and opulence, but when you have a look at the banding you've got here, this matrix, it is a golden tone. Maybe that is why the gemstone has been revered for thousands of years. I'm hugely impressed by that price point as well. No way that we should be able to bring you natural turquoise with golden banding for, well, what is that, 40p a carat again? Ridiculous. We're going to move on. And now what we're going to do is we're going to bring you one of the reconstituted varieties. Now, as I say, very, very difficult to get hold of natural turquoise. Very rarely do we get hold of those strands. As you can see, that strand we just brought you, $24.95 the intended price. We've given you a clearance price, but that's only available for 60 minutes, and there's only limited availability when we launched it. So now we're down to the last of stock on that strand. Oh, my apologies. Frankie is our new guest designer.
Oh, Frank. Oh, right.
It normally says GD, you see, but because you're new, it hasn't come up on the system. That's why we got confused. Hi, Frankie. Thanks for getting involved with the show, and I look forward to working with you soon. So yes, that's good, isn't it? So even the experts are shopping at home tonight. That's the way to do it. Now, the beauty of working with the reconstituted variety of turquoise is, well, for a start, you get that ridiculously affordable price. You get the exact same colour tone. You still get the banding on this particular variety. It's more of a jet black tone you can see here of banding. But you get huge carat weights. That's the difference. And of course, the uniformity of the shape here. So we've cut these into rice beads, like little tapered drums, if you like. And I mean, can you imagine how much it would cost you to get hold of 130 carats of natural turquoise, each uniformly cut into these little rice beads? I mean, it
just means that you can bring turquoise. Oh gosh. Merry Christmas.
My word. You've just broke the guest designer.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. We've just taken the equivalent of your P&P off the price. We've taken this down to $6.95. So you can see the difference between working with the natural variety and the reconstituted variety. Not a great deal of difference, really. You've got the same colour tone. I think that's where Jan was going before she was rudely interrupted by the price crash.
I was going to say, you get the same look, but you've got a really affordable price at the other price.
At $9.95, you've got a really affordable price. At $6.95, it's almost offensive, isn't it? It's way too low, but, well, actually, can it go too low? Not for us, not for us crafters.
No, it just means that you can bring your customers, you know.
I mean, you're still bringing them the natural mineral, it's just that it hasn't formed in this shape. Of course, we have reconstituted the offcuts of the turquoise and formed these, so There you go. Allows you to integrate the colour tone,
Yeah.
but at ridiculously affordable prices. I'll leave this one with you at $6.95, mainly because my producer wants to get that price point off screen. We're now going to move on. I'm sorry. 7, please. There you go. So we are going to fit in the third of December's birthstones. I told you December babies were spoilt. I wasn't joking. So far we've had natural turquoise, beautiful tanzanite, and now the oldest gemstone, I was going to say known to man, known to the planet. It's possible that zircon was present at the Big Bang, because we have found samples of zircon that are around 4.5 billion years old. We found samples of zircon that are responsible for telling us how old Mars is, and actually they're responsible for redefining the way we use carbon dating. We used to think we knew how old Earth was. We used to think it's 4 billion years old. That was accepted as a given, and then we found some zircon that was 4.5 billion years old, so we had to sort of go back to the drawing board on that one. So you can see the importance of zircon from a historical point of view, but as a gemstone also has major historical implications. It's actually been mistaken for diamonds lots and lots of times. Its nickname is the Montari diamond, and when you look at this particular variety, you can understand why.
And they're amazing.
Yeah, well, because we've had more of the organic nugget-like cuts before, haven't we?
And actually, when you just brought that across onto the desk, I thought it was a strand of those nuggets, because just the sparkle from them is amazing.
It is incredible. Now these are faceted rondelles. It almost has a sort of, again, I hate to reuse this this phrase, but it really does look like a little glass of champagne. It's got almost a golden hue to it when you see it close. Very, very beautiful and sparkling like there's no tomorrow. Not generally something that you might associate with zircon. This is due to the way it's been cut. It's been treated with the utmost respect by our lapidarists. And actually, because of the sort of age of this gemstone, you can imagine that it's been through quite a lot in terms of pressures and temperatures, very, very extreme. And therefore, we know that zircon's going to be very durable. Gets quite a high rating on the Mohs scale, just like diamonds, of course, the hardest material known to man. And that's, again, one of the reasons why it's mistaken for diamonds, because of its density. The benefit of that to you as a jewellery maker is that not only are you working with the oldest gemstone on the planet, but you're also able to work with confidence, because you can be quite confident that even if you're maybe, you know, wire twisting these, they're not going to crack around the drill hole because they're a little more durable. But just have a look at that sparkle. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Actually, it's almost like a mixture of silver and golden tones, actually, isn't it, that we're getting?
Absolutely beautiful, aren't they?
They're
I'm not getting
phenomenal.
much work done tonight, Ed. I'm just keep looking at the gemstones.
I'm not going to get much out of Janet. She's too enamoured by the gemstones. They are pretty spectacular. We've just taken this down to $24.95. That's £1 a carat for the oldest gemstone known to man. And I have to say that a lot of jewellery makers who are selling their designs actually invest in samples of zircon so that they can tell that story, because you know, knowledge is power, I suppose. And if you start to share these snippets of information with your customer base, then they'll be more comfortable parting with their cash.
Not only does it make, you know, you look knowledgeable, you know what you're selling, you've got the history of things, and it makes it more interesting for people. And if you can attach the story to a piece of jewellery, that makes such a difference.
That's the real key, isn't it? I mean, that's when you operating as a you know, on an elite level as a designer, really, because you're building value into a design through, you know, a narrative, if you like. And that's something that everybody can latch onto. $24.95. And the other interesting thing about the Gems of Distinction range, particularly with a gemstone like zircon, is that there's a lot of viewers out there who aren't necessarily investing in Gems of Distinction strands to create designs. This is some people's way of developing a gemstone collection of their own. We've had people texting to say they've got 70 samples from this elite gemstone range. Some people saying they've got 200. One person texting to say they've got over 400 strands for the Gems of Distinction range, and they haven't even taken a tassel off. And that's the sound of my jaw hitting the desk there. I don't believe what's just happened. Can I just say that this strand has never been anywhere near this. This is the lowest ever price. It was not discussed before the show. This is one of those price slashes that's taken me back a little. How do you come to this? What kind of a justification is that? My producer just said, well, I did it with the turquoise, so I thought I should honour it in the zircon. Same price points. There you go.
Have we got many of those? Are there going to be any left for me?
How many of these have we got? Because we're going to get to a break in 20 minutes. Oh, we've still got quite a reasonable quantity. Okay. So you might want to make a call to the free phone number during the break, Janet. Oh, although I'm hearing that you might have to act with haste. Can we get a mobile phone on set for Janet,
if anybody's
please?
Watching. I haven't got a secret code.
They all want their own signal now, don't they? Shopping signal to somebody out in the ether there. Okay, these are really seriously being snapped up. Of course, if you are developing a gemstone collection, it would be incomplete without the oldest gemstone on the planet. This obviously has a richer history and legacy attached to it than any other gemstone, and there's still a huge number of people flying in at JewelleryMaker.com, and there's even a bit of a queue forming on our free phone number. Don't panic, you will be answered in the order in which you dial in, and you will come through to a member of our award-winning help team, so they'll help to add a strand of zircon to your collection, down from $24.95 to $17.95. Very, very impressive. Okay, now I've got so engrossed in the December birthstones, they are three of my favourites, that we've ran over a little, so it's about time for a star buy. When Pat Sharp becomes Santa Claus, this is what he looks like. Okay, my beard's ruffling the mic and it's disturbing the audio, and the technical people aren't happy, so I've become Clark Kent again, if you like. So there you go. Yes, if you have just tuned in and you think, what on earth's going on, especially now I'm not wearing my beard, I'm Santa for the night. We're doing Christmas in July to give anybody who's starting to plan for the festive period. Maybe you've got your craft fairs all booked in and you're ready to go. Maybe you need to get some of that little bit of extra bits and bobs to help you create your suites of jewellery, and that's what we're doing tonight. Have a look at these. We're now about to bring you all of your winter wonderland colour tones, all of the icy tones from your powder blue and your clear quartz. Now the powder blue tone comes from your faceted marquise cut of pyrite, and I'll be interested to hear what Janet's opinion is about this actually, because when we first started doing the coated pyrites, I was a little bit confused because, as I say, I come from a traditional gemstone background. Pyrite traditionally is prized for the golden tone that it forms in. It's known as fool's gold, and so I was sort of confused. I was thinking, why would you want pyrite that isn't gold? I said this to Gemma Crow and she was not impressed with me. She was like, you must be joking. The coated pyrites are the best things in the world.
It is, it's amazing. It's amazing because you get that absolutely beautiful colour, but you've still got, it's essentially, it's still pyrite. You still recognise it as pyrite. Yes. It's strange because you don't, it's obviously the colour, but you still recognise it as pyrite. It's still, it is still that gemstone. It's just so beautiful.
Well, a lot of people, I suppose, rely on pyrite to give them that little metallic shimmer,
Yeah.
but from a gemstone.
Yeah.
And you still get that.
You still get that, but in the coloured sort of variety. And I think, was it Karen Crawford who said coating things is like, you know, there's a beautiful woman, but put her in a beautiful dress. And
Well, I hadn't heard that analogy. I always describe it as enhancing Mother Nature's work, because often it does add to the aesthetic beauty of the gemstone, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're not actually covering up the beauty of that gemstone, you're just adding to it.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, even though, as I say, when I first came over to the channel, I was, you know, I was just learning about all of these treatments, and I was confused by them because, of course, in the gemstone world, in the jewellery world, people want things as natural as they can possibly get them. I mean, they're not really getting them totally natural, because 95% of gemstones are going to have gone through some sort of heating process anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think that a citrine starts off life as an amethyst, it's a heating process that turns an amethyst into a citrine. So all of these gemstones are given some sort of treatment. They're not really being provided to you in their natural form. Or some are, I suppose, but very rarely. And so we're just taking that one step further, I suppose, and making them even more versatile for use in pieces of
and that's
artwork.
such a beautiful colour. And that shape is lovely. That petals to me.
Yes.
I see floral designs in that.
Oh, actually, yeah, especially as you've got the clear quartz. I mean, those could be the little leaves, I suppose, or you could make lots of flower designs. It's a very popular motif within jewellery making, even though I get in trouble from my producer for talking about it too much, you see, Janet. But every time we've got a designer on, they always agree with me.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right.
There are other popular motifs that the marquises are good for, aren't they? Like the wings of a dragonfly, see that a lot,
definitely.
or butterflies, of course. Yeah,
so perfect. But when I see them, I always think floral first off.
It's quite traditional in wire work as well, I suppose. Once you start to think about taking the gemstones in another direction by integrating wire into the designs, flowers is a natural place to go to, I suppose. Yeah. Actually, you're wearing both flowers and butterflies, I just noticed. So there you go. Very popular motif after all. This is known as your Ice Maiden bundle, and you can see why, because of the combination of colour tones here. Your blue pyrite, faceted marquise cuts ranging from 13 by 7 to 16 by 9, giving you 100 carats, and you've also got 50 carats of clear quartz here. I mean, the ultimate accent stone, aren't they? Neutral, perfect shape, polished to perfection. And here comes your well, it's not superstar buy, it just feels like one because of the price point. Your star buy price point, $9.95 for your Ice Maiden bundle. Quite a significant look on the pyrite marquise cuts, actually, because some of the largest ones are 16 by 9 mil, but it's really about the way they're being faceted. That checkerboard faceting again gives you that play of light, but instead of it being a traditional sparkle, it's more of that metallic sheen that you're looking for from pyrite, I suppose.
But again, the little black dress from the nose, adding that blue and that faceting, that sparkle, great party wear. Absolutely, especially as you've got a bit of clarity from the clear quartz. Well, I mean, you don't have to use them together, but they are very complementary, aren't they? Yeah. Particularly for your winter wonderland designs. We're going to leave that star by with you. Coming up at the top of the hour, our trade show bundle. So for anybody who is planning to sell their Christmas designs very soon, we've got the ultimate bundle for all of the crafters. Oh, I love that. That sort of a velvet finish to that one. Your T-bar for all your bracelet designs, and your gift bags as well. So that's everything that's coming up at the end of the hour, which is about 10 minutes away. So we are going to move on. Oh yeah, let's have a quick review of the competition. Basically, because it's Christmas and we're so generous, we've decided to give away the charm bracelet I made the other day. And the way to enter is to tell us what the worst Christmas present you ever received is. It's a bit naughty, really, I suppose, to ask people that, but, well, I'm a bit naughty, what can I say? So, you can enter via 2 ways, is that right? You can text into 60777, or, of course, you can message in at JewelleryMaker.com. There you go, all the info. The director has already dealt with it. So, have we had anybody who's brave enough to tell us their worst ever Christmas present? We've had a few.
Let's rattle through a few while I take a quick sip of coffee. Really? Oh, okay. Let's do a deal, and then while we're selling the deal, we can show you the text messages. Does that make sense? Hoo-hoo. Luxury pearls. Have a look at this. Classic white cultured pearls. They are they considered Baroque pearls, are they? They've got these very slight inclusions on the surface. Actually, it almost looks like a ruffled finish to the pearl itself. Bit of texture. I don't even want to think about the price, Janet. I'll be honest with you. It's ridiculous. These are 13 by 10 millimeters in size. They are of such a significant size that, in all honesty, I've just thought about how you can make a huge amount of profit. Oh, sorry. Just thought about how you can make a huge amount of profit. Pearl rings.
Yeah.
You only need one pearl. They're going to definitely sell because everybody wants to own genuine cultured pearls. These pearls are easily large enough.
Oh, they're beautiful, aren't they?
To be used on their own in design. Maybe just a little, a 2, 3, 4 mils bead to accent either side.
Yeah, bit of silver wire, bit of gold-plated silver wire.
Yes.
And that's it. You've got perfect ring there, haven't you?
That's amazing. $7.95 for that strand of pearls. I really believe that towards the end of the year, those are going to be more like $17.95. That's just a complete estimate, by the way. Don't quote me on that. You know, I'm just thinking that, you know, as the price goes up across the industry, we're going to struggle to deliver on price points like that. Okay, we've got a first entry for the worst Christmas present ever. Don't forget to include your customer number on any text or message that you send in, otherwise you won't be entered into the prize draw. So there you go. You do have to include your customer number. So Jackie, to be entered into the prize draw, I'm being told, send it again but with your customer number, so our apologies. But you've done it online anyway. Anti-wrinkle cream, wouldn't mind now, but I was only 18 at the time. Yeah, that's bad. You don't buy an 18-year-old wrinkle cream, surely. I wouldn't buy an 80-year-old wrinkle cream. Let people buy their own wrinkle cream, people. Don't buy somebody's wrinkle cream as a gift.
Don't go there.
We're going to move on. That's a good entry, though. Here we go. Now, this is really, for me, another trade show offer. It's a wholesale deal. In fact... Oh. Okay, yes, okay. So what I was going to say is, you could use these to accent your pearl, so then you don't even need to give away any more gemstones. Sorry, they're the little faceted cubes of gold flash copper. They're 2 mil in size, so they're perfect accent, aren't they? All particularly with pearls, because you were talking about working with the gold-plated silver wire. A little bit more opulence then. See, I told you I'm good at all the designs. I just can't do any of it, Jack.
I use these in the week. I think I had them in one of my kits, and they went on and on and on forever.
Yeah, well, you get 395 pieces in the back.
I use lots and lots of them, and they
never seem to end.
No.
It's like Mary Poppins' bag of findings.
They are, and they're really nice as well.
They are, aren't they? Because you've got these sort of irregular cube shapes, so when the light hits them, you get a different play of light on each one.
Oh, actually, mine weren't the cubes; mine were just the round. So they've acted even better.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
even better. So does that maybe give you more of a contemporary finish because you've got those dynamic?
Yeah, well, it gives you. It adds that sort of design feature without you doing anything really. So it's an easy way of adding in something, a bit of interest without too much effort.
There you go. Well, that's what we're looking for, I suppose, jewellery makers, because anything that can, I suppose, give you back a little bit of time can help you to lower your overall price points, because of course a lot of people factor in the time it takes into the price that they want to charge. But if you're getting time back a little bit, and as my producer says, and he would know, it's cool to be square. That's, you said cool to be square. You didn't. Anywho, lots of people flying in for that one. And we're about to give you another opportunity to own cultured pearls. What's going on in there? They're having their Christmas party in that gallery. Oh, we think the graphics are about to crash. That never happens. Okay, can I have a look at these? Because can we just show these? Because I'm really intrigued by the actual shape of the pearls themselves. How about this, Janet? You could use these as little pearl cabochons. You can see there, they've got a flat bottom finish on one side, and then actually these are probably the most domed pearls I've ever seen.
That'd be great for a ring because it would sit flat against the finger, wouldn't it?
The finger.
So that'd be perfect.
Oh, so we can do this design again,
yeah.
But this time in the sort of powder blue tone. Love that.
Beautiful.
Actually, do you know what these would look great with as well? That pyrite that we saw before, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a completely different colour tone, but I think they'll be quite complementary because then you've got that a little lift. These are more of a sort of maybe like a violet hue, you might describe it.
But see, putting the blue pyrite with it actually makes them look bluer.
Yeah, it does.
More blue, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
It just brings out the blue tone in there.
Pearl essence is just
They look
picking
really
up on
pretty
that
together,
sky
don't
blue
they?
tone. That works, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I'm good at this.
You are.
Yeah, you
I'm
see.
impressed.
That's amazing. Okay. Oh no, the graphics have broken. Gary the Gremlin's come out to play. How dare he? Doesn't he know it's Christmas today? Gary, why I oughta. Okay, they're sorting out the graphics as we speak. Can I show everybody the Superstar bite while we wait? Because I'm really excited about it. Because, yes, Superstar buys, I should say. How about this for a combination then? We're about to bring you the lavender tone. Coming up at the end of the show, the peacock pearls.
Oh, like that.
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
And actually, you could even integrate the black spinel if you wanted to.
Oh, that spinel is just...
The spinel's
gorgeous,
phenomenal, isn't it? Now, they do say that you can get more luster from spinel than you can from a black diamond. There's no need to prove it. How about this? Look at the way it's sparkling. Now, if you are new to us and you don't really understand that term, luster is this reflective-like quality that we get on the surface of a darker gemstone, almost like where the light is mirrored back off the gemstone. That's what we're talking about. And black spinel not only naturally gives you a luster, but when it's been faceted in this way, it really comes to the forefront of the design that you can create with spinel. I've never seen these little cuboid shapes before, especially as they've been faceted. Basically what they've done is they've created 4 individual facets on each face, which create, you know, like a diamond meeting or like an envelope kind of facet, if you like. So as a result, when the light hits the gemstone, it's actually being reflected across 4 different facets on each side. I mean, these are small gemstones. Not easy to create. They're quite elegant, they're quite delicate. And yet, all of this huge number of facets just giving you that gorgeous luster. And, you know, last weekend we actually launched black diamonds that had been faceted, didn't we? And they were nearly as good as this. But this spinel does have a little bit more luster, in my opinion.
They're just amazing. They're just gorgeous.
I suppose this is the more affordable opportunity. If you can't quite stretch to £150 for black diamonds, you can actually get the black spinel and you get the same look.
Same look.
Yeah.
The spinel is just so beautiful though. gosh, we've got the best jobs in the world, really, haven't we?
It is pretty exciting, isn't
Yeah.
it, when you think that people would probably, you know, wait a lifetime to be in the same room as all these luxury gemstones, and we're surrounded by them day in, day out. So yeah, it's pretty impressive. Okay, so just to be clear, Superstar buys coming up around about 8:45 this evening, because we've got 2. So it's just because it's Christmas and we feel like being generous. So we're going to launch 2 premier strands, and that is the Peacock Pearls and the faceted black Spinel cubes. Those are both coming up at the end of the show. And when we return, we will be able to bring you that opportunity on the pearls. And we do have our craft fair bundle, of course. I've got an idea. Are we resetting the graphics now? Shall we go to a quick break, get it out of the way, come back and give everybody the deals? Seems like an idea. Okay, so when we return, we're going to give you a chance to own these pearls. Of course, we've been doing ridiculous prices on pearls so far this evening. And for anybody who does plan to sell their Christmas designs over the winter period, we have got the craft fair bundle for you. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll fix the graphics and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away.
Hi Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
When shopping with JewelleryMaker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to Christmas here on JewelleryMaker, and it's star buy time. We did say that we'd give everybody the opportunity to own these beautiful pale blue Baroque pearls, and we've already done it. I mean, the price point that we are giving you this evening, we don't believe we'll be able to honour for too much longer. Yeah, I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on anybody. You know, if you're not in the market for pearls, don't panic. Just trying to share industry information with all the jewellery makers out there so they are aware of what's going on. We're expecting to see increases, so that does reflect pretty incredible value. But it's time to bring you our trade show star bundle, and so we're going to leave those pearls behind and we're going to bring you these essential items, I believe, if you do intend to sell your designs at Christmas craft fairs. Do you know what, this is totally ridiculous. I can't see what's going on. I have to take this off, but I imagine my hair's quite messy now. Is that Get away with it? Not really. All right. Okay, there we go. Yes, if you have just tuned in, we are celebrating Christmas from July the 25th. Bit weird. I really wanted to start the show by doing my best noddy holder impression, but I thought it might be a bit poppy on the mic. So yes, if you are planning on selling your designs, if you're intending to attend winter craft fairs to sell your designs, a lot of people are starting to plan for that right now. And actually, it's probably important that you do, because of course you've got to create multiple collections of jewellery, and you've got to get yourself booked in, you've got to work out the logistics of getting there. So it's quite a big undertaking to actually attend these craft fairs. Of course, seasoned craft fair attendees might be starting to maybe take a step up and attend some of the more prestigious locations as well. You know, some of the National Trust tours where you can have to pay sort of like £300 for a pitch and stuff like that. I mean, don't quote me, these are ballpark figures, just in case I'm incorrect, but you can pay quite large sums. But of course, with that comes a more affluent customer base who are actually going there armed to spend, if you like, on luxury and bespoke jewellery designs. If you want to attract attention to your store, the important thing is to look professional and show an attention to detail from start to finish, not just within your jewellery designs, but in the way you present them. And actually, some people might not think about this, but the way that you sell at your craft fairs, yes, you don't want to be in your face and trying to shove your designs down somebody's throat, but at the same time, if you're sitting there flicking through a magazine looking uninterested, I imagine you're not going to draw that much attention to your jewellery design. So always important to actually think about the way that you're presenting your jewellery designs. This particular bundle provides you with the perfect presentation tools, because you've got your T-bar design here. Of course, we use these heavily here on the show, don't we? We put a lot of our strands, and I suppose you traditionally use them for bracelet designs, would you say? But you can fit a huge number of razors on there as well, and as I say, it looks professional, especially with the leatherette finish. Always looks quite good, and yeah, people are going to understand you're a professional. Might help you to not only sell your design, but of course justify your price point. Maybe, you know, just help people to overcome their slight gripe with having to part with cash, which, you know, if your customers are anything like me, they'll probably be experiencing that. It's because I'm a stingy person. No, I'm not Santa, what I'm talking about. I'm very generous. No, I just don't like spending money. Now, this is the velvet effect bust. Now, I like this because, of course, we were talking earlier about the use for the broader one being more lifelike in terms of a female décolletage, and that's perfect for the practical use of seeing how the necklace will sit. But when you want to display your design, that's not as important. And of course, if you have created a showcase piece maybe for a plunging neckline, this is more similar to that.
Yeah,
and of course,
it's also good to have. Personally, my store that I've got is purple, but I've got black and white, so I have black and white busts as well, because different gemstones look different against different colours.
Absolutely.
So it's good to have that variety. Right. But that black velvet is really, really pretty, really beautiful, and it would make your gemstones look so luxurious.
Yes.
So it makes,
absolutely.
You know, I'd put pearls on there. If white pearls were on there, they would look amazing. Imagine that, just
Boom.
as, and that's it. You're done.
Breakfast
Stunning.
at Tiffany's.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Now that's not all you get. You do get your velvet finish bust. You do get your leatherette finish T-bar. You also get your gift bags in silver and gold. You get 5 of each, and of course, again, that's the way to show an attention to detail. You know, some people actually use these as profit makers, so they just say, it's 50, do you want to add a gift bag for 50p? Or of course, if maybe you could reserve them for the showcase pieces, or you could say, you know, if you spend over a certain amount on the store, you can have a bag. Some people just like to give the gift bags away because word of mouth spreads, showing that you're a professional. And of course, you might end up getting personal commissions off the back of the little interactions that you have when you are selling at a craft fair. You know, another key piece of advice that I would give you is to have your business cards on your store. It's a really important thing that some people overlook. If somebody is drawn to your style of design, if they're buying designs from you, you know, people work hard for their money. If they're prepared to buy a piece of your jewellery, you want to keep in with them.
Yep.
And you never know, they might start to commission personal pieces from you, and you know, it could be something as silly as giving away a gift bag that makes you stand out in their minds. Of course, you know, there's that famous adage, isn't there, that if somebody has a bad experience, they tell 3 people. If they had a good experience, they only tell 1. But what I always take from that is, oh right, they tell someone. You know, like, people focus on the negative part, but really focus on the positive. If they have a good experience, they tell 1 person. So that's another potential customer. You get all of your bags, you've got your silver, you've got your gold. So these are perfect colour tones as well for Christmas, aren't they? Particularly for gifts. And they go to show, actually they're large enough to put whole sets of jewellery in, aren't they?
They are,
put
they're
your
really,
necklace,
they are
bracelet
actually,
and earrings in those. Now if you were to buy these 2 busts, the T-bar, the velvet effect bust and the 10 gift bags, it would normally cost you £25.40. Pretty good really, because these kind of items are going to help you to make money at your craft fairs. But this evening, whoa, £14.95. That's better than £10 in savings.
I've spent that much on just a bust.
Really?
In the past. Yeah.
There you go. Actually, this is one thing that we are really confident in saying here at Jewellery Maker, and that is that we encourage you to do your own research. Have a look elsewhere at the kind of prices you can pay, especially if you go to sort of independent craft stores, for example, like Janet's saying. I mean, you could pay £14.95 at least for just the velvet effect bust, couldn't you?
Easily, yeah.
The T-bar alone is normally £7. This is normally £8.95. So you're already getting a saving on the bust. The gift bags are for free, basically. And you're saving yourself, what is it, £8.95 and £6.95. So it's normally £16 for just the T-bar and the bust. And then you're making £1 saving those, and you're getting 10 gift bags for free as part of our Superstar Buy this evening. Normally it would cost you over £25. Tonight it's just £15. And of course, these are the kind of items that are going to allow you to justify your price points, potentially achieve those premium prices. And there's lots and lots of people coming through on the free phone number. And if you are placing this in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, as ever, my advice is to check out to avoid disappointment. And we have, in fact, got a short queue on the free phone number. Again, don't panic. You will be answered in the order in which you dial in. But we are getting to the point now where potentially some people who've got it placed in their basket could miss out. If all the phone buyers were to multiply, Sarah, you just took 2 of these, so you already got your craft fairs booked in. I mean, can you imagine the difference between, you know, the person next to you who's just got their designs laid out on the desk, reading a magazine, and you with all your busts, like Janet's saying, some of those boxes with some cloth over it, just to help to build your setup, because of course window dressing's a real big part of the psychology of shopping these days. And so if you approach it from a professional standpoint, you're going to start to be treated as a professional by, well, not just the customers, but I suppose your competitors as well.
Yes. No,
because they're going to start to think, uh-oh, I'm going to have to start upping my game here, aren't they?
No, that's exactly right. And then someone sees a lovely display, and then they buy something, you put it in a lovely bag, like you say, put your business card in there, so people have got your contact details. And you know, there's nothing better than seeing someone walk around a craft fair with your bag. Of course. And then people are like, oh, where did you get that bag from? And you know, that sort of thing. So it's
that's a great point. I didn't even think of that.
Because I'm always doing that. Oh, that's a nice bag.
I was thinking of the actual interaction when somebody comes to your craft fair store. But actually, if you are looking the most professional and you attract the attention first, that means they've come to you first. They're still going to go around to every other store. Everyone's going to see them, and they're going to look and see that organza bag. Could almost become a bit of a bit of branding for you, I
Yeah.
suppose, isn't
So
it?
it goes beyond the actual interaction with the customer.
Yes.
It goes, you know. So.
Yeah, it's about sort of seeding
Yeah.
your presence throughout the entire event. Ah,
Yeah.
that's a great point. I learn so much when I'm on screen with one of the experts. I love it. So there you go. Our craft fair bundle, it's only available for 60 minutes and we are approaching limited availability. But until this stock runs out, you can add it to your order. We still have some remaining in stock. And if you have placed it in your basket, please check out to avoid disappointment. Congratulations to everybody who took advantage of that deal. So I'm going to move on. And I'll give you those as well, Sam. I've done those ones now, thank you. Coming up at about 7:30, it's going to be the kit, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So basically, I'm going to get rid of these as well. We might pull them later. Now, these are the idea against which the whole channel was launched. And these are our jewellery kits. So they contain everything you need to get started with the hobby of jewellery making. And then some on this one. This is your normal jewellery kit, but with all the trimmings. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes. So not long to wait at all. And the other good thing about having a jewellery kit on the show means we're going to give you a little bit of inspiration, because we'll also have a look at the designs that Janet's come up with. And now it is time to bring you a few extras. Now I think this is our findings section, is that right? Ah, and is it these hair combs? Oh, it's both in one. Amazing. Okay, now I can tell you that recently I've been quite fortunate, because I've had a few opportunities to bring you the hairbands in the form of a number of different bundles on the morning show. We've brought them to you on the late show as well. Whenever I bring them on screen, the bundle sells out. I don't know what it is. I suppose when people are investing in handmade jewellery designs, it tends to be the more elusive items, the things that you don't find every day on the high street, and tiaras, hairbands, hair combs, fascinators aren't the everyday items. They're the kind of pieces you do have to go to designer stores for.
Yeah, but from a jewellery maker's point of view as well, being able to buy tiara bands and the hair combs of that quality,
yes,
it's really difficult to find them. Well, personally, I found it difficult to find them anywhere else.
Somebody made a great point about these the other day, and I had that little eureka moment like you just gave me a minute ago, in that these are looped. Yeah. So they're really soft when you put them into the hair, whereas you can
grip
put them
the hair really, really well. They're a really good design. They're not just a straight tooth, like you say, they're a little loop.
Some people actually find it uncomfortable wearing the teeth in their hair anyway, and as you said, they don't always grip properly, but these are perfect, aren't they? Oh my word. I thought you were annoyed that the price was too low for the bundle, but you've just taken it even lower. I could hear my producer having a problem. Because producers and directors do a lot. They're like plate spinners. They've got like 3 different monitors and 3 different keyboards. They're doing lots of things at once. And so when I heard you, I was thinking, oh no, the price hasn't been set properly. We're not going to. He's taken it even lower. That's what he was saying. He was saying, oh, the price isn't supposed to be this high. So there you go. You actually get sorry. Right. So you get 10 hair combs in the 2 different colour tones. Right, sorry. I thought that both samples have been put out for a second there. You get 10 of each. You get 10 in total, you get 5 of each. I should just say, the reason for that is that you've actually got 2 different metal tones here. You've got the bright gold and the antique gold. So there you go. So the opportunity to create very different looking collections. Of course, the bright gold is going to be more for the high-end, opulent, elegant designs, and the antique gold, perfect for the vintage looks, I suppose, or am I back at the right tree there? Yeah,
exactly right, yeah.
So there you go. And you can see here the look that you get from your hair bands, which allow you to create the tiaras, and then you've got the hair combs that'll make you, well, you can actually use these to create fascinator designs. I've seen a few that are, well, quite incredible really for bridal parties. When you think, now that you're getting 10 hair bands, 5 in the gold, 5 in the antique golds, 10 hair combs, 5 in the gold, 5 in the antique gold. So that means that each piece is around about 79.5p. So
if you do bridal commissions, that's
you're laughing, aren't you?
Well, yeah.
At that kind of price.
70 odd p for a tiara band. It's a crazy price.
I mean, the really interesting thing is that, you know, bridal commissions do tend to be a little bit more luxurious, a little bit pricier, don't they? So you can actually, I've actually seen jewellery makers who have created bridal tiaras, and we're talking about 3-figure sums, but of course the bride's over the moon because the quote that she got from the boutique was 4 figures. And the really interesting thing is that if you invest in this, you could also create simple hairbands for children, and you could do them at £10. You're still making a huge profit.
That's right.
So they're really versatile products.
I mean, there's bridal tiaras, prom tiaras, people who go to the races, they sort of wear fascinators, and there's just lots and lots of opportunities to use them, not only for bridal,
So yeah, Ladies' Day at Ascot, for example, people are often investing in bespoke jewellery designs. I know lots of people who that's their, like, you know, one big event of the year, things like that, and they go to the races. Different people, different horses for different courses here. And if you do want a little bit of inspiration, have a look at this kind of look.
Oh,
so that's quite achievable, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I made that one.
You made this? That's amazing. I was just thinking, if you invested in the aquamarine strand from earlier, the fasted rondelles and the pearls.
And that's a really easy technique to do. It's simply the tiara twist.
Right.
Wrapped on the band, and then all I did was wrapped it around a pencil to get that spiral effect.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, well, they look almost uniform, but it's just because you could use anything as long as it's the same diameter. I suppose,
you can continue to twist it, and you'll get a natural bend in the wire itself. But I wanted sort of a bigger loop to it, so I did it around a.
Has an almost sort of a serpent-like feel to it, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I love that design. And again, the icy tones that we've focused on quite heavily tonight, like I said. So you could easily achieve that look if you've been investing in some of the gemstones that we've brought you this evening, couldn't you? Because we've looked at that colour combination already, the pyrite and the quartz, for example. We've seen a lot of the powder blues and the
pearls,
the clearer tones, yes, and lots of pearls as well. $7.95. Absolutely blown my mind with that price point, and we're going to move on now to give you another deal. And we're bringing you the butterfly backs and posts to create stud earrings. Looks like you get 10 pairs in total. And have a look at this. $925 sterling silver. Oh, do you know what? Sorry to go on about this, but all you need is 2 pearls. And if you work with the peacock pearls that we're launching later on this evening, I mean, can you imagine that? Just looks like a Tahitian pearl pair of earrings, which, well, elsewhere, oh, well, I'll just tell you, I've seen a pair of Tahitian pearl earrings in the last 7 days or so, and it was £295 for a pair of Tahitian pearl earrings. These aren't Tahitian pearls, but they have the same colour tones that you'd associate with that variety of pearls. And yeah, you only need 2 gemstones to create a real impact look. But of course, lots of people wear stud earrings as their everyday pieces, don't they? Some people never take their stud earrings out, in fact, until they go into an event. I don't know. I do have 2 younger sisters and a daughter, so yes, yeah, like I say, some people never take their stud earrings out. And I imagine, as a result, they're quite big sellers at craft fairs, especially if you're working with 925 sterling silver, because a lot of the times at craft fairs people are working with base metals, and people can't wear base metals in their ears because it irritates them. But sterling silver, of course, you haven't got that problem. So There you go. 10 pairs in total. Now, just to be clear, the stud itself is 11 millimeters and the post is 12 by 5 mil. So that gives you an idea. And actually, thinking about it, the post itself does stick out of the stud a little. So you could actually just use a little bit of jewellery glue and glue a gemstone into that, and you don't really have to do any work at all.
That's the idea, sort of, so that little post then will go into the drill hole.
The drill hole, and you just with a little blob of glue on the end.
And that holds it in place.
There you go. That's seriously easy, isn't it? Some people who work for JewelleryMaker actually create earring designs to sell online, even though they're not really jewellery makers, because it's really easy. Okay, I'm going to have to get that off screen because they are going to be a sellout deal. Really impressive though, and actually a great way to get started with JewelleryMaker as well. Okay, we're going to move on. Once I've picked all of these up, 10 pairs. Okay, here we go. So we're now going to bring you some chain. Now, if I remember rightly, you get 5 different lengths, different shaped links, all rose gold plated copper, and we only have single figures remaining in stock. So, as I say, copper is your base metal, but rose gold plating, and of course that's the thicker micron coating there, the plating, and you've got rose gold. So we've been talking a lot about versatility tonight because of course we're approaching Christmas in the summer months, so it's important that we look at versatile items. Rose gold, perfect for that of course, because lends itself to so many different designs, gives you a little bit of warmth in the winter if you are working with those icy tones, but then if you want to set it in vibrant colours in the summer months perhaps, it can actually tone down the colour. I mean, if you think back to those hot pink chalcedony that we saw at the start of the show, if you set this in the rose gold, it might tone down that colour a little, mightn't it?
It's a beautiful colour, isn't it? And I think it goes with any skin tone as well. I think that's the beauty of it.
Yes.
You know, some people prefer gold, some people prefer silver, but I think that, you know,
Rose
it sort of crosses all the borders, yeah.
I actually love the combination of yellow gold and rose gold together.
Yes.
I think it looks amazing, because I do chainmail when I have a chance. And I always use yellow gold jump rings and rose gold jump rings together. I think it creates a, it's not vintage, but something, something sort of, yeah.
But it is a really pretty, beautiful colour.
And of course, it'll work with a variety of different gemstones, because you can set this with the blues, you can set it with the pinks, it works across the colour tones. Have a look at the shapes you've got. So these are your sort of 4-leaf clovers. Then you've got your 5-petaled flowers. You've got the rope effect ovals. You've got the rope effect pear drops. And you have got the, well, I suppose these are little 4-leaf clovers as well, I guess. But they're slightly different. So these are the broad ones, these are the elongated ones. Okay, we only have single figures of availability. $29.95 is the price point right now. If you do want to add these to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. If you've placed them in your basket, you need to be checking out to avoid disappointment. We're now going to bring you the same selection again, but this time in your yellow gold plated copper. I should just say, any opportunity you get to stock up on gold plated findings, I would grab them, because this is another part of the industry that is now starting to look at the commercial realities of, you know, where they stand. And having not found any new gold deposits for over 2 years, we're expecting to see the price on gold increase over the coming 12 months. It might, you know, for all I know, it will get to the point where it won't be commercially viable for jewellery makers to work with gold. It might not, it might be something that if you're not stocking up on it now, in the future, you might not have these opportunities unless you're prepared to pay huge sums of money, of course. So, as I say, we are expecting to see an increase in the price of gold. I know that the price of gold increases day in, day out anyway, based on trading, but I'm talking about, you know, the sort of the base price for a gram of gold, if you like. is expected to increase, because really the only areas that we can now look at to excavate to find new gold deposits are places like the South Pole, even the North Pole. We probably won't be allowed to go excavating because they're protected areas, but even if we do get the permit to do that, it's going to be huge costs involved, to actually mine in those regions. As you can imagine, it'd be very, very difficult, very dangerous, and so it's inevitable that the price of gold will go up unless we find new deposits, of course. But any chance you get to invest in gold-plated findings, I would grab them. $29.95, and you saw the 5 different shapes there. We're going to move on. Another very opulent look here. Gold-plated sterling silver. So a minute ago we were giving you that sort of precious metal on top of a base metal, but this, I always describe it as high end on top of high end. Gold-plated sterling silver. I mean, what more can you ask for? You already made reference to it, didn't you, when we were talking about high-end designs? Yeah. With the pearl rings, you're saying gold-plated silver.
Definitely,
that's where it's at.
Yeah, certain gemstones call for precious metal, and stashing up on something like this is a must, really.
Yeah, especially when you're getting a wholesale deal, really. I mean, you know, some people, I get a lot of people that chat to me on Facebook and they say like, oh, I don't really see the point of bundling it because I only really want one. But I was thinking, well, that's what you think now, but in 2 weeks when somebody notices the design and asks you to make a pair for them, you'll be wishing that you had 10 pairs in your stash. And of course, you know, this isn't a new model. You know, even, I always think, you know, even kids who are running a tuck shop in the playground, they still go to the cash and carry to get their sweets, don't they? Because otherwise they wouldn't make any money. So, you know, it's not a new concept really, it's just because we see the journey that so many jewellery makers take, and it's not uncommon to go from being a hobbyist to having a very, very successful jewellery making business in just a matter of months. And of course, if you are selling your designs, you want to be able to offer your customers the creme de la creme, particularly if maybe somebody does approach you for a personal commission. And I always think this is a nice idea to make it more of an experience for them. Sit down, talk about the design. They allow them the opportunity to have a look at your metal tones as well as your gemstone selection, and that way they're going to feel like they're really part of the design process.
That's exactly right.
They're going to be so happy.
Yeah.
They're almost going to be excited to hand over their money because they feel like, oh, I helped design this piece of jewellery. That's right, because they've had a part in it. And if I do bridal commissions, I do just that. Sit down with someone, show them a selection of gemstones, findings, and sort of, if you can, sketch down designs and things for them, and perhaps do little samples of things as well. Nice. And things like this, you know, help you do that. Absolutely, especially when you show your customers you're working with gold-plated sterling silver, they'll realise that you are working on that elite level. As I say, they'll be much happier with the design process and, of course, handing over their cash. That's the key part for most people. But, of course, even if you are selling at your craft fairs, always important to have lots and lots of earring designs because they do tend to be the biggest sellers. Maybe rings are up there as well. Yeah. Earrings, very, very sellable. Was it Mark who said that when he goes to a craft fair, he takes over 400 earring designs?
Oh, he's got that brilliant stand,
that big board, hasn't he, that they all pin to? Yeah, 400 different earring designs he takes to a craft fair. I imagine the gold-plated sterling silver studs are, you know, part of the elite range, shall we say. We're going to move on. 20. These are little rope effect spacers, but if you are going for a traditional or vintage style, these are perfect because they've got that oxidization on the finish. You know what they do look like? I'm gonna get in trouble because I say this all the time. Oh right, yeah, because I said it before, didn't I? Okay, cool. My producer's saying like, oh, you were right, by the way. They look like the stoppers on the end of the high street charm shops bracelets. Oh, yes. Because they have that oxidized finish as well. They use that as well. And they're a very similar shape. So if you want to emulate certain high street looks, but with a bespoke design, then this is the perfect way to do it. In fact, if we'd had these the other day, they could have gone on this charm bracelet. That would have finished it perfectly. So yeah, if you invested in your charms the other night when they were launched, then this would be the perfect addition, just to give it that really professional look. In fact, do you know what? There's only 4 macrame knots in the world. Once you've mastered all 4 of them, you're a macrame expert. And if you use the leatherette cord and create the macrame technique, you put those spaces on the end, you attach those charms.
Job done.
Dread to think how much the high street charm shop would charge for that. Well, actually, I know how much it would charge for that. I won't tell you. Put it this way.
But even if you just do a simple bracelet and you put one of those at either end before you put your clasp on, it just finishes it off, doesn't it? It just gives it that professional finish. Yeah,
they're almost like jewellery design punctuation, if you like, aren't they? You know what I mean? They bring a professional finish to the look of the design, but without you having to do any extra work. Lots of multi-buyers on this particular item, and you get 10 of the sterling silver rope effect bead caps. Actually, you could just use them as little flourishes on your feature beads in your design.
Just put one either side, maybe. Perfect.
Gorgeous. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, okay then. How exciting. It's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy, and very excited by this particular item because it's our jewellery kit. Sorry? Oh yes, well of course. I've sort of gone through that experience we were just discussing. When you allow your customers to be part of the design process, I had a hand in the design of this. So I suggested certain gemstones I'd like to see in my Christmas kit.
It's a good mix.
You like that?
Yeah.
Garnet and gold pyrite have got to be in
a
Christmas kit, haven't they? And then a few little extras from producer Liam. He's put in this, is this coral? This is a gorgeous thing to match up with the garnet because you've got that very subtle golden hue. That's going to look perfect. Oh, right, okay, so that's actually the cream shell I'm looking at. The coral is the 2mm rounds. There you go then. I like that, the reds and whites and golds together. Looks gorgeous. Irregular cuts of the pyrite, so again you get that organic feel, that natural dynamic. They range in size from 7x4 to 11x6, so you know, quite a decent variation in the sizes, which of course will feed into the creative process because you have to fit the right pyrite into your design. The garnets, again, slight irregularities but much more closely uniformed. Not as much variation in the sizes. Then you got your perfect round in your cream, or I would say almost a little golden tone from the shell as well. And then you've got your 2mm rounds of your coral. So those are your gemstones. I know a lot of people like to decide based on the gemstones. We will inspire you just shortly because we'll have a look at Janet's designs that she's put together. I love the fact that you've got the organic cut mirrored in the pyrite and the garnet, and then the perfect rounds in the coral and the shell. So that looks gorgeous together. That's not all you get. You also get your traditional threading materials, and of course it's that 18 karat gold tone of your beading thread. It's got to be, hasn't it, for a Christmas kit. And then you've got your elastic and your monofilament as well. On top of that, you also get 115 pieces of gold plated copper. You can see that everything you're going to get, a length of chain. I think in fact you get 1 meter of chain. You've got 3 different kinds of head pins, including the very fine ones that will go through those smaller drill holes. You've also got your toggle clasps, your ribbon cord endings, your fancy earring findings, your shepherd hooks, your spacers, your crimp beads as well. Everything you could possibly imagine and 4 strands of gemstones, rich red garnet. Amazing organic pyrite, your coral and your shell. You can see that golden hue much better in the recording than you can in the studio lighting. Did you fall in love with this kit?
Oh, it's really pretty.
You like it?
The garnet is amazing. But they're all amazing. They're just beautiful and they go so well together. The
reds and the golds really add to the richness of the look.
And the organic nature of the gold in there as well, the metallic tones. And
it's almost like, I've used this before and I hate saying it doesn't sound romantic, but you know, the way the shapes are of the garnet and the pyrite, it's almost like, you know, crazy paving you used to have in the 80s. Yes. It's almost like that, isn't it? Because the way they sort of fit together.
But it is, it's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. I love your designs as well, and I like this idea. You've made a feature of the finds really popular in contemporary design. But these are the little star-shaped head pins that you get in the kit. Oh yeah, you can definitely see that. That looks amazing. I love that because again, you can be quite economical with the gemstones you've used.
So there's just 4 star head pins, 4 beads, and the earring findings, and the chain. And
yeah, of course, you've bent the earring findings around the other way to make them into a pendant look. That's amazing as well. Love that. So you found it quite easy to work with this kit?
Oh, they were really lovely to work with, and they, like I say, they just go together so well. But the garnet is beautiful. The colour is absolutely stunning.
Well, of course, this is the traditional colour tone that people associate with garnet. That sort of, I suppose, like a pomegranate red, if you like, a red wine.
As you said, the shape of it as well is just beautiful.
You can see here. This is a really clever ring design, Janet. I don't see the chain being used to create.
Well, I saw Deb Rudge use it in one of her designs, and I thought that's a really cool idea. So I thought attach it to the S-clasp from the ribbon cord ends, and just drop in a couple of the garnets. So that's a really easy design to do.
Deb's inspiring lots of people with ring designs at the moment because she used the ribbon cords the other way as well, didn't she? This is the thing about being more experimental, I suppose, with your jewellery designs, because you often say, you know, you find more out about yourself when you take yourself out of your comfort zone than if you just do your habitual techniques that you used to.
And I think that's it really. It's just thinking outside the box, and with the findings and things as well, you know, they're perfect for what they're intended for, but just look at them in a different way and just experiment with them.
Well, that's evident from this design here, isn't it? The earring findings and the star-shaped head pins. They're really more of a feature of this design than the gemstones are.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And of course, just sort of an added benefit of getting hold of this kit is that, of course, you get garnet, which is January's birthstone.
There you go.
So, of course, at your Christmas craft fairs, there could be people investing in gifts for people whose birthdays are in January. And She Shells Jewellery, who is a regular viewer and contributor to the show, says, beautiful jewellery, especially love the ring design. Yeah, I have to agree.
Good, good, I'm glad you like it.
There you go. So lots of inspiration here. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of jewellery there.
And I've got all this left.
Oh my word! Look at.
I've got lots
can we
left.
Go to
I just didn't.
5. Sorry to direct, but look at all of that left over.
So you know, you could easily make another piece, couple of pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with your ring design there, I mean, how many garnets have you got left?
Yes, you could easily.
Huge number of garnet rings, as I say. January's birthstone, so you could be offering people birthstone jewellery. We have just taken the price down under £20 for this kit. If you were to buy all of these items individually, it would cost you £32. But this evening you can add it all to your order for £19.95. Incredible value, a great way to get the kind of colour tones into your collection that you're going to need over the Christmas period, the golds, those rich red tones, as well as the icy whites as well.
And those tiny little ones are absolutely beautiful. And in that design, it's just a matter of sort of threading them through. But they just add so much as well. They're just really, really delicate.
Gorgeous
really
2mm coral there.
Really lovely.
Really impressive look that you've got from such a small gemstone, isn't it? Well, I love your designs, and we're working out here, even just with this many, works out at, what, less than £3 per piece of jewellery. I don't think any of these pieces of jewellery would be sold for £3, so could end up being a hugely profitable jewellery kit. And I'm being told to leave you to work on your star buys.
Okay.
So there you go. I'll let you work with those. It does look pretty fun. You've got the Spinel and Pearls.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the looks you've created.
No problem. It's
great. There you go. Very inspirational.
Thanks, Ed.
Congratulations to everybody getting involved in that particular deal. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes time, the premiere launch of this strand of November's birthstone. We're focusing on this part of the year, although it's about a quarter of the year we're covering here, because this is November. Of course, we've already dealt with December, January in the last kit, and we've also got a gorgeous strand of amethyst coming up as well, so that will deal with February as well. Beautiful citrine there. That's going to be launched in about 20 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. Don't forget, I am feeling generous because I'm dressed up as Santa, and I'm going to give away my charm bracelet I created at the start of the week. This was to, I suppose, promote or celebrate the launch of our brand new range of charms. We didn't have a lot, but they did prove to be very, very popular. And yes, I'm going to give away my charm bracelet to one lucky viewer if they can tickle the ribs of my producer and director. You have to be quite brave to get involved with this particular competition, because you have to text in, or you can message in via the website. If you're texting in, the number is 60777, but make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. And of course, you must include your customer number. If you don't include your customer number, you won't be entered into the prize draw because we won't be able to send it out. So please make sure that you put your customer number on any message you send us. And what I want to know is, what is the worst Christmas present you have ever received? It's a tough one, I suppose, because most of the time people's friends and family are lovely to them. But sometimes people do just dig around in their present drawer and give you something they clearly haven't thought about you.
I almost got an iron once for Christmas.
What do you mean almost? You told your husband where it was going to end up and he didn't buy it?
Basically.
I'll tell you a good story. It's not a Christmas present, but my father once went away to Spain. He brought me back a t-shirt that said, "My father went to Spain and all I got was this lousy t-shirt," and he was surprised at my reaction. And he was like, "Don't you think that's funny?" And I'm like, "Well, not if it's true." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Is this really all you've bought me?"
And it was?
It was. He genuinely just bought me that t-shirt. He thought it was hilarious. He was like, "Yeah, I've been to Spain and you've got that." And I was like, "This is all you've bought me?" Anyway, moving on. Oh, wow. We've just been talking about the importance of stocking up on the red gemstones for the Christmas period. But I think when we think about red gemstones, there's one iconic red gemstone, that's rubies. I think this is going to be popular all year round because, as I said, it sort of epitomises luxury in many ways because it's one of the big four. Traditionally, when we think of the big four gemstones, it is diamonds, sapphires, rubies and emeralds. Seriously? £1 a carat for this ruby. It was originally launched at $37.95. It's been taken down to the clearance price of £1 per carat, and for some reason it's never been put back up. I think that's an error in the system. Oh, well, you can take massive advantage of that. These are natural rubies, and just have a look at that. I was going to describe these as a sort of, I was trying to think of different descriptions, like, oh, cherry red, oh, they're the red of Santa's suit, or some description like that. But do you know what they are? They're ruby red. When you think about rubies, this is the colour tone that you want to see. And faceted to perfection. You've got that gorgeous play of light, that traditional sparkle that people are looking for with gemstones. And I'll share my interesting fact with everybody, because, oh, have a look at this. Sam's just nipped out to the museum here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, do they know that you've told? Goodness me, I just nearly cost us both our jobs there.
Right, to answer your question, they do know I've taken
They
it.
do know you've taken it, but please don't drop it on the floor, Ed. Thanks. Okay, so this is from the owner of the company, Mr. Stephen's personal collection of gemstones. This is quite exciting. Have a look at this. Beautifully faceted ruby.
Ooh.
Oh, wouldn't mind having that in my collection. I've put a huge fingerprint on the face of the gemstone as well. So this is the colour tone you'd normally associate with it, I suppose, but then have a look at these. Even richer colour tone. So there you go. That's really impressive, thank you. So, if you do want to get this sort of pigeon blood red into your collection and you want to own one of the big four gorgeous rubies, this has to be some of the finest ruby we've ever sourced for you here at JewelleryMaker. My little tip is that rubies must be set into yellow gold. Have I already told you this, Janet?
No.
Do you know why?
No.
There is science behind it. It's not
Okay.
just my personal preference. Okay, so aside from the fact that rubies are hugely opulent and probably deserve to be set into yellow gold, there is a bit of science. Now, the most highly valued rubies in the world will not only have this rich red colour tone, but they also exhibit a little bit of a purple hue.
Right.
So those, and this one absolutely does. You've got that little flash of purple as you turn the gemstone in the light. In fact, even on screen now, Sheila, you can see it. See here, just along the top of these gemstones, see a slight little purple tone coming through? I can see it on the screen, so it's coming through. Now, the only colour tone that comes between red and purple on a traditional colour wheel is blue. And the way to neutralise blue is by using yellow. So if you set rubies into yellow gold, you draw the purples and the reds out of the gemstone, so it looks even more valuable.
Oh, right.
So that's a
See,
good
and
tip.
I would instinctively think of putting gold with it. Maybe that's the.
Maybe that's why.
It, yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
And of course, we have given you opportunities to own your gold-plated sterling silver findings this evening. Right now, we're giving you the chance to own ruby for £1 a carat. I'm mesmerised, especially when I see this sparkling in the lights. Gorgeous. Okay, we're going to move on. And we're going to give you, whoa, we're just literally jumping from one very, very elegant gemstone to another. This time for a different reason. Now, rubies are prized. They always have been for thousands of years. They're part of the big four. Their prestige is known worldwide. How about smoky quartz? A more readily available gemstone, much denser, much more common, I suppose, for people to actually have in their collection. But how many times do you get the chance to own this kind of carat weight? I mean, it's absolutely
Stunning, isn't
massive,
it?
as Lucy would say.
Yeah.
It's massive, isn't
Oh,
it?
they're gorgeous. Smoky quartz is in my top 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that because of its versatility? Because lots of people tell me it goes with virtually
It goes
anything.
with anything. It goes with anything in my eyes.
But without being as hard hitting as a jet black gemstone that brings that drama.
Without having that harshness, it's got that soft tone to it. And in those sizes, they're perfect. Because that centre one, as a wire wrap pendant, for me, would just look stunning, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And you've got wire wrap pendant, a pair of earrings, and then some.
Left over to put into your own collection.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because you've got a much larger carat weight, you've got a huge surface area on the gemstone, and that's allowed the lapidary really to, I suppose, express himself, because he's created these huge faceted faces on the gemstone surface, and it allows for that play of light. I mean, it's more like a lustre than a sparkle here with the depth of colour you've got. Whoa, 140 carats. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that people had paid $14.95 for just one smoky quartz gemstone of that size elsewhere, because it is a really significant look. And of course, you know, the benefit of that to you as a jewellery maker is that when you're selling your designs, if you think about jumping one forward, a lot of designers might not traditionally consider carat weights. They might think, well, does the shape or the colour tone work in my design? But when you're selling your designs, people might hold it up to more traditional criteria, and they might be thinking, well, what's the carat weight? Well, there's no argument in the fact that you're giving somebody a significant carat weight if you're giving them that gemstone.
Wow, it's amazing,
I mean, recently I was talking about a show I used to produce on Gems TV called the 10 Carat Club. This was the most popular show of the week. I used to do it on a Sunday night, Janet, and obviously the focal point of each jewellery design had to have a 10 carat gemstone, at least 10 carats. Every single design used to sell out every Sunday night. And let me just do a quick count so we can establish what kind of carat weights we're dealing with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 gemstones in total. So at 140 carats, you're talking about over 10 carats on average on each gemstone. But some of them have greater depth than others. I mean, this would have a much larger carat weight than you might expect because it's almost twice the depth. And Producer Liam just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. He's just taken this down to $11.95. I mean, this has never been price slashed previously. This is your first, could be the last time you see it at that price. I'm thinking gold wire again with the smoky
Yeah, I'd put
browns.
gold with it. It's just...
But I suppose chocolate browns will work with silver as well, so it's quite versatile.
But like we said, the smoky quartz for me will go with anything. Really.
I know that a lot of McKay designers who work with the, you know, the earthy tones, the oranges and the browns, they love smoky quartz, don't they, in those designs? Debbie Bolford, for example, loves smoky quartz.
Because that brown will go with the turquoise that you had earlier. That colour, just perfect. The brown and the turquoise, brown and rose quartz with rose quartz, perfect with rose quartz. It just goes with anything.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. Some very inspirational ideas there, because browns and turquoise, actually, when I think about it, because, you know, I was talking about looking at some of the top-end designers' range of turquoise. Now that I think about it, there was a lot of antique bronze and browns in those designs. I suppose it helps to draw out the blues if you work with browns. Oh, we'll have a look at our colour wheel and see if that's the case. There you go. So $11.95, that is amazing when you think about the fact that you've got faceted, polished pear drops of smoky quartz. $11.95, only available at that price for the next 6 minutes or more likely while stocks last. We're going to move on though. And, oh, now these are perfect for your Christmas designs, aren't they? Sorry, lost me tweezers. Here we go. Not that they're much use to me. I'm terrible with tweezers. Have a look at this. Now these are sterling silver finings. You get 3 in total, but it's all about the work that's been done to the metal, because it's providing you with such a great deal of character, texture. Oh, let's see, what did I say? And a little bit of personality. Have a look at this. You've got these sort of flower carvings that have been placed onto that. Actually, it's that way around that the flower carving really takes effect. A 5-petal flower. Now, the way these are created is that they take the precious metal, they take the sterling silver. What they actually do is it's actually a sandblasting technique that creates this stardust effect on the surface of the gemstone, and they then hand carve these pieces of detailing onto the surface of the bead. So you can imagine this is not an easy task. You know, very, very skilled metal workers have created these. I mean, these are the kind of items that you'd normally associate, you know, with sort of top Italian designers, because they tend to do a lot of metal work in Italy with silver and gold. And so, you know, I mean, as I say, these are the kind of things I'd actually associate with top-end Italian jewellery designers. But
they're really pretty, aren't they?
They're gorgeous.
And you get 3.
You get 3 in total. Somebody's getting 2 because I flipped when I clicked. No, I'm joking. We'll find it. So yeah, you get 3 in total. I mean, would you use these probably quite sparingly, or would you get more into a design?
What I'd probably do, to be honest, I'd make a pair of earrings, so you've got them in the ears. Nice. They would look great because you've got that movement. Yeah. And then just maybe a simple silver chain with one of those on.
Oh yeah, that
and
looks
make
nice.
a really elegant bracelet.
Little bracelet, yeah.
With a matching pair of earrings.
Nice idea. And then, of course, you're creating a matching set of jewellery, which helps you to create, you know, a higher price point than if you just put them onto a bracelet design, or you just set them into earrings, because all of a sudden now it's a set of jewellery. It's a
and
suite
you're
of
making
jewellery.
a feature of that bead.
Yes.
It's not sort of competing with anything else then, because they're so beautiful. They
So
deserve
you're letting
to
it
be.
do all the talking.
Yeah.
Amazing. There you go then. You get 3 of these in total, and you get them right now for £6.95. And where'd you put that, Pete? Oh, you've got it in your hand. Thank you, sir. Pete found it. Everyone's getting 3 again. Oh, okay. Can we do 13 after that? Okay. Oh, is this coated? Let's have a look at this, because it's sparkling in an interesting way, and it's almost has more of a navy blue or a gunmetal finish to it than traditional black onyx, and it is because it's received a very slight coating. Look at that. I mean, it's sparkling.
Gosh, it's like flashbulbs.
It is, isn't it? It really, that feels like you're walking down the red carpet. The paparazzi flashes are going off. Yeah, as I say, this is black onyx, a traditional gemstone heavily used on the high street and by the charm shop that I keep referencing. I'm probably going to get in trouble pretty soon. But also by some of the biggest designers in the world. I mean, Cartier, Gucci, Chopard's. These are big names synonymous with luxury jewellery design, and they rely heavily on black onyx. Traditionally, when we look at the gemstone, we think of the lustre that we saw earlier from the Spinel. But because of the coating these are received, they've got more of a traditional sparkle about them.
They have got sort of like a black blue tone to them.
Absolutely, I was thinking that almost like a navy blue tone.
Yeah.
When I look
when you see a blackbird or and you've got that blue sheen, or a magpie, you get that blue sheen off of the black feathers.
That's it. What you've just said, the magpie's tail. Yeah. That's what it is.
That's
what
the
I'm
effect.
seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah.
You got it. I've got so many people coming through to multi-buy this. My advice is to act now to avoid disappointment. These are uniform 6mm faceted rounds. You get a 30cm strand here, giving you 75 carats for just £6.95. Incredible deal. And I have to just, because I'm begging my producer to put these on screen, they are amazing. Can you imagine these together? Because these aren't sort of a classic white tone, they're more of a sort of ivory shade, or they've got a little golden pearlescence to them, haven't they?
Gosh, that's perfect, isn't it? I love that.
Oh, there you go. Cream. I think my descriptions were better. But don't you think they go really well with the sparkle of that black onyx?
I want those.
Now, I was actually privileged enough to launch this strand as part of the Pearl Showcase. Probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago now, but we do have limited availability remaining in stock. You know, could be for a number of reasons. Maybe people's cards didn't go through, or maybe they changed their mind. Maybe they got them home, they didn't quite suit their designs. I can't imagine a design these wouldn't suit. They are that traditional, I suppose, classic cultured pearl look with that slight sort of champagne hue on the pearlescence and a luxury size 10 by 9mm. Although, you know, they do have they do taper ever so slightly. Some of them are almost perfectly round. I mean, if you saw this strand of pearls in, you know, a boutique jeweller's, and I recently saw some pearls that look very, very similar to this, although they were smaller, they're probably about 7 or 8mm, with, they actually had an oxidised silver clasp, £135 for the pearl necklace. But when I said that to Hannah Osborne, she said you should have bought it.
I was going to say that's not bad.
You'd have doubled up. So they must have been having a bit of a clearance that day. So yeah, there you go. But I mean, even if you bought this, attached to clasp, if you wanted to sell that design, just to be clear, this is just for the pearls. If you wanted to sell that design at say £50-60, even at a craft fair,
at least,
you'd be offering your customers an amazingly competitive price for genuine pearls, but of course you're doubling your money.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
They are absolutely gorgeous, probably the highest quality pearls I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, but I've got to leave it with you because it's time now to launch a premiere strand of Citrine November's Birthstone as Star Buy. welcome back to JewelleryMaker. I have to say, when I was entering into the offices today, everybody was in a very excited mood, weren't they, Janet? You were here early, you were in the office. Very buoyant mood. In fact, channel manager was Paula was very proud of the premiere strands that she'd given us for today's show. And this is one of the ones that was getting everybody so excited. It's November's birthstone. Now, as I say, over the last 4 years, just as your hobby has developed as jewellery makers, we have developed as a channel from being, you know, more of a sort of crafting presence to being your one-stop shop for all of your jewellery making needs. That's certainly our aim. I have to say, in the early days when I first came over to JewelleryMaker, some of the citrine was quite pale, it's quite subtle in its colour hue. Now that can be really beneficial to lots of jewellery makers, of course, because it makes a great accent, doesn't overpower other colour tones. But when I think of citrine, this is the colour tone I think of, a rich golden buttercup tone. And that's because, I suppose, as I say, I tended to apply the 4 C's when I was assessing a gemstone. So I was looking for clarity, I was looking for a lovely cut, I was looking for a decent carat weight, and I was looking for a rich saturation of colour. Now, you know, I've learnt the error of my ways, and I know that certain variations can be beneficial. But if you're perhaps making a special birthstone piece of jewellery for somebody whose birthday's in November, you want to show them that you've been able to source elite quality gemstones, the best of the best. And a key indicator of that is the colour tone. And just have a look at this rich golden tone that you've got here from the citrine. Very, very rich saturation of colour. On top of that, you're still getting huge carat weights here. This particular strand is a minimum of 85 carats. And just check out the way they've been faceted. Now, these are your broader drops, so they're going to be quite easy to set into, I imagine, sort of droplet style earrings and pendants. They're more of a traditional shape because the tapered gemstones aren't a traditional jewellery cut. They're more for, say, wire work, aren't they? Because they allow you a bigger surface area.
Because they sit
Of
proud.
course.
And like you say, in cascading earrings or pendants, they're just perfect.
Oh, actually, now that I see that, how about a little trilogy design? That'd look quite good, wouldn't it? There's a number of different ways, isn't there, to get the top drill drops to sit proud in ring designs, isn't there? I've seen even a macrame technique where you can do it, but obviously if you're a wire worker,
but I mean, you could just do a simple, so just simply wire through and then wrap around the stone just to secure it in place. So you don't have to do anything fancy with it. Just let the gemstone do.
That's a great idea. And of course, because you've got that rich saturation of colour, they'll work with lots of different metal tones again, because you could set citrine into rose gold, yellow gold, silver, even antique bronze wire would work beautifully with citrine, wouldn't it?
They're lovely.
They're absolutely gorgeous. And as I say, probably one of the more high quality strands of citrine we've been able to bring to you here at JewelleryMaker. In the early days, the citrine was a little bit lower grade, and so it had less colour saturation. These are unmistakably high quality citrine. 85 carats in total. I'll tell you what, I would definitely suggest you set these with. The superstar buy this evening, the black Spinel. I just love yellow and black together in designs. It's another way of imitating Mother Nature. There's so many different examples of how black and yellow work just within nature, aren't there? If you think about a bumblebee or a sunflower, or even the stars in the night sky even. So there you go. You're laughing. I sat in my garden for 2 hours last night. I lay on my bench in the garden just looking at the stars. I could look at it all night. I'm just sad, I suppose. Now, whenever we launch a premiere strand of gemstones here on The Late Show, we like to make it your best opportunity to get hold of the strand. And we do that by creating an exclusive launch price That's exactly what we're about to offer you on this strand of citrine. November's birthstone, and another gemstone that I suppose is very well known on the open jewellery market. It's used heavily by the high street jewellers. Actually, I'll tell you another great combination.
I was just thinking.
And that is amethyst
yeah.
and citrine. The purples and the golds just look for, oh wow, yeah. So we're going to launch the amethyst in about 20 minutes time, so you haven't got long to wait for the amethyst anyway. Well, that, for me, is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. In fact, I'd probably just get all of the star buys now. Because the pearls work as well, actually.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, that is a nice bundle.
Somebody text Pip. Yeah. Actually, I don't think there's going to be enough stock of any of these strands remaining after the launches tonight to make them into bundles, but it would be a bundle that you could create at home if you were to order all 4 strands. Right. $14.95 is our exclusive launch price for this strand of citrine, probably one of the most high-end strands of citrine. Some of the best quality citrine we've ever been able to source here at Jewellery Maker, and we can bring it you right now. Gorgeous citrine here. Top drill drops, faceted to perfection. Some of the finest colour saturation we've ever seen from citrine here at Jewellery Maker, and 85 carats this evening is available for $14.95. If you are thinking about stocking up for later in the year, it is November's birthstone, my sister's birthstone. Maybe I should get hold of a strand of this.
It's my sister's birthday as well.
Is it? So we're both June babies and both our sisters are November babies. There you go. $14.95 is our star buy launch, and that, don't forget, coming up in 20 minutes, this incredible strand of amethyst again. Beautiful colour saturation, that regal purple tone that we would normally associate with a gemstone. And again, been treated with a great deal of dedication and commitment from our lapidarists who have checkerboard faceted each and every amethyst there. Our superstar buy is a double whammy of deals. Black Spinel and Pearls, and those are not too far away either, just say 40 minutes before we bring these to you. 2 more premiere launches coming up, of course. It's Christmas in December. Right now we're going to bring you some more clearance deals. Before we do that, I should just say, if we had any other texts in of the worst Christmas gift ever received, you can win this charm bracelet. We're going to announce the winner after we've launched our amethyst, you see, is that right? Ah, okay. So if you do want to enter, you've got around about 20 minutes to get involved. You can win this charm bracelet created by my fair hands. And all you've got to do is text into 60777 and tell us what the worst Christmas present you ever received was. Alternatively, you can enter via the website. Just click the message box. Please ensure that you include your customer number, and after we've launched the amethyst, we'll have a look at some of the entries. Is that okay? And why will they be off the system? Ah, right, it's the way the producer's screen works. He'll get them to me. Ah, I see. Okay, where are we going on to then? Ah, we're not going on to anything in here because we have to change the boxes over. I've disrupted everything. Shall we go to a quick break? Or shall we just pass the boxes in? Yeah, good man, thank you. There we go. Okie dokie. Whoa, another double deal, this time an aquamarine. Wow, we weren't joking when we said that the quality on the aquamarine was improving. Have a look at this. Here you've got slightly more variations in the colour tone, like I was just describing. So these sort of range from the icy blues up to the sort of the sea greens, if you like. You can see in there, like slight variation in the colour here you've got there. Of course, that could feed in to your designs. There may be a particular design where that particular gemstone is going to fit the bill, if you like. I love the polished finish here.
Isn't it lovely?
It's gorgeous,
yeah.
Isn't it? It gives it a sort of a vitreous finish, doesn't it? Almost a liquid-like feel to it.
They make great earrings, the longer ones, as earrings, with maybe some silver wire just wrapped around the top of them.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? They'd almost be sort of statement.
Yeah.
You could even make like shoulder dusters, couldn't you, with these?
Perhaps suspend them from some chain as well.
Yeah.
That look good.
You could even have quite gem-heavy ones, I suppose, if you wanted to have a few. If you did varying lengths, although they would be very gem-heavy, I think. Now, as part of this particular deal, we have doubled up the strands. So that's probably our most effective way of giving you a wholesale deal. And that means that you're getting 270 carats of aquamarine, and of course this is March's birthstone. The reason that we thought it would be perfect tonight is because you've got those wintry blues. We have taken it down to £24.95. That's £12.50 a strand. Wow. Normally you'd have to pay normally you have to pay £17.95 per strand. Tonight you can get 2 for just £24.95. So that's like a £10 saving, effectively, yeah. So you've just handed you back £10, and it allows you the opportunity to work with a very, very popular gemstone, gorgeous aquamarine. It's popular in boutique jewellers, actually. I see a lot of aquamarine sort of studs and items like that, but you wouldn't normally find these kind of carat weights, I suppose, set into silver designs. But that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We work directly with the mine owners to give you the most competitive prices on the market. And of course, you can see here, because of the experience and the knowledge of our gemstone cutters, they've been able to create this gorgeous polished finish to the gemstones. Do you know what? They're almost like little icicles, aren't they?
They are, aren't they?
So you know, people who create some of the ornamental wirework pieces, these could work to their
That'd be perfect in that
benefit in those kind of looks. I'm going to leave that on with you. A £10 saving there on aquamarine. I'm going to move on to your multicoloured fluorite. Now, beauty of working with your fluorite is the variations in colour. We've just been discussing the benefit of that to jewellery makers. Fluorite, of course, you've got a really rich variation of colour tones. You've got the lemon tones, you've got the pastel greens, and you tend to get 2 different variations of purples, more like an amethyst purple and then a neon purple in fluorite. And you can see the way the gemstone almost has this sort of inner glow when the light enters the gemstone. That's known as fluorescence, and you get that from fluorite, funnily enough. I'm looking at these though, and just because of the way we've been talking about them tonight, these are really interesting because, again, the lapidus has enhanced the overall look of the gemstone, not just cut into traditional pear drops, but they've got a little twist, and that gives it a very organic feel. How perfect would these be as petals? Because of that very slight twist. Because they would
sit lovely as a petal, and like you say, they've got that little twist in them.
So you think like that they sort of curl in just like a natural flower does, if you like.
They'd be perfect petals, wouldn't they?
They're gorgeous, aren't they? $19.90 is your current price point. So normally these strands are $9.95 each, because I'm so good at maths. And we're about to give you a clearance double deal. So normally you pay $9.95 per strand, but this evening you can add these to your order for $11.95. Buy one, get one for £2, and actually you get a huge number of gemstones on these strands. They seem to be a little longer than a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker. It's longer than 30 centimetres.
It does actually, doesn't it?
Maybe it's the way that the elongation of the pairs is distracting me.
But if you're into earrings, if you like if you're doing a craft fair, like you said, Mark takes all those earrings, they're perfect for that, because you can pick out the colours and make
this
completely
is so strange,
different.
but look at this. The colour tones are almost matching up across the 2 strands as well, so the job's almost done for you as well. You don't have to do much. Those match. The greens.
So you could make the same earrings, but because they're all different colours and each colour variation is different, they're going to look completely different, so you can make a whole load of earrings out of those.
Well, on many of them you get a little bit of banding, don't you, inside the gemstone, so they're totally unique.
Yeah.
No one's going to have the same pair of earrings. It's got that very slight band. This is the beauty of working with natural gemstones for me. The fact that nobody can own that pair of earrings. You're the only one that owns it. That's important to a lot of people. If they're investing in a bespoke jewellery design, they want to know it's a one of a kind. And of course, if you're working with these genuine gemstones, particularly these gorgeous fluorite that have that banding, you know you've created one of a kind. I mean, a pair of earrings, fluorite earrings set into sterling silver finings, what would you say? Maybe £5, £6, £7 even? I'm just trying to think of the most affordable price point, but you're thinking, no, don't go anywhere near that price point. You're undervaluing your jewellery, are you, at
definitely.
that price?
I mean, personally,
at least £10.
At least £10, between £10 and £15.
Oh, okay.
Right. Definitely.
I mean, it's important for you to build value into your designs, of course, because if you undervalue them, people might not think they're genuine gemstones, and of course, you can't expect others to recognise the value in your work if you're undervaluing.
If you don't, no, that's right. But that comes with experience and confidence.
Okay.
You know, when you first start out, you know, you haven't always got that confidence to do that.
Yeah, of course.
To put that price point, but yeah, don't undervalue what you do.
I suppose this is the beauty of working with sterling silver findings, of course, because that helps to justify that price point, because they might not necessarily recognise the amount of time it's taking you to create a certain wire technique. You know, if your customer's not au fait with the jewellery making technique you've used, you have to look at it from a different point of view. So you say, well, I've worked with sterling silver. Of course, you got the sterling silver at a wholesale price, but you've spent 2 hours, you know, perfecting the finish on the design. So, you know, it's a little bit of a compromise in any selling or any business transaction, isn't it? It's about understanding and knowledge, and so, you know, you can justify the price point to yourself and to your customer in one way. You know the amount of work you've put into the design, but here, in fact, I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 pairs of earrings, £10 a pop, £250 for £11.95 investment. Of course, you're going to have 25 pairs of shepherd hooks, but we have given you deals on those tonight. Can we just have a look one more time at how perfectly these strands colour match when you hold them up next to one another? It's incredible. Even the two gemstones that have this banding right at the top of the strands mirror one another, because one goes one way and one goes the other. Look at that. Look at that. So they're all perfect matches in terms of earrings. I mean, actually, what you could do, these are the kind of items that you could have loose on your stall. You could have your shepherd hooks, and what you could say is to your customer, pick what you want, come back in 5 minutes and I'll have them made for you, or what have you. Some people might like one yellow, one purple, something like that, you know. There's some pretty funky people out there. Right, we're moving on. And wow, another double deal, this time in your pray night. Now, I love the pray night that we have here at Jewellery Maker. You get this real variation of colour tones. They're almost like a lemon and lime feel to the actual gemstone, aren't they? Because they have a sort of a slight golden hue that emanates from the centre of the gemstone. They've got this lime green on the surface, but then you get, well, actually, they're more of a pastel green on the surface, and it's almost like a lime green in the inclusions.
I love prayer night.
So it's like the inclusions are your little slice of lime in your lemon and lime drink. You like that?
Beautiful, aren't they?
I love them.
They're really fresh, aren't they? And crisp and beautiful.
Absolutely. Those are the exact words I'd use to describe pray night, in fact.
Amazing.
8mm rounds. I mean, I'm just seeing a gorgeous macrame bracelet made out of these, perhaps.
Perfect.
They're perfect, aren't they? 8mm rounds, and the colour tones will work with so many different chord combinations. That's the word I'm thinking of. This would be much easier if I could talk. Now, at $15.90, that means that normally we give you these strands at $7.95 each. That in itself seems totally ridiculous. gorgeous, isn't it? And of course, as we all know, whoa, down to £10.95. That's buy one get one for £3. That's a real profit maker when you think about how many bracelet designs you could create with this. I know that lots of people rely on green gemstones because, you know, we've talked about it being Mother Nature's base tone and the fact that it will go with any other gemstone. Just in case you are new to us, you haven't heard that before, the theory is that, you know, Mother Nature starts every design with, you know, a green meadow or a green stem before she decides what colour the petals are going to be. And so our theory is that green gemstones work with any other colour tone. Shall I tell you my favourite colour combination with
What's
green?
that?
Purple. And I'm not just saying that because I'm about to launch a strand of amethyst. Regular viewers will know I love the combination of green and purple. It's a very traditional colour combination, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Absolutely love it.
Gorgeous.
So if I was getting hold of this Prey Night double deal, I would stay tuned and maximise on my 1p&p by getting hold of the amethyst being launched in about 5 minutes time. So your Prey Night deal, buy one, get one for £3. We're going to move on. Ooh, the last of the clearance deals I believe is going to prove to be the most popular of them all. I suppose tonight, because this has just happened organically really, because we've been approaching things from a winter perspective, but in the summer we've been looking for versatility in most items, haven't we? Things that will work right now and things that will work later in the year, and your clear quartz ticks that box on so many different levels. I mean, yes, we know that it's the ultimate neutral, if you like, because it's just offering you clarity and sparkle. The beauty of that to me is that when you are working with genuine gemstones, traditionally people do want a coloured gemstone. And so clear quartz allows you to offer an accent gemstone and provide your customer with a little bit of sparkle, but there's no chance of it overpowering the other gemstone.
No.
It's the perfect accent in that respect, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't compete, does it?
Yes, that's it.
It's sort of got its own beauty and plays its own part, but doesn't compete
without
the gemstone
detracting attention from the coloured gemstone. Yeah, no, that's how I see it. And this is one of the most popular cuts for this gemstone as well, the faceted puffy coins. Now, I was talking earlier about, you know, holding up a gemstone to a traditional 4C criteria. We don't tend to do that as jewellery makers because, as I say, we're looking for characteristics that offer you a bit of individuality. Sometimes an inclusion can become the focal point of a design. It can actually inspire the direction in which a design takes, can't it? And so these are actually your crackled quartz. And so we've actually treated these gemstones to have inclusions. So it sounds a little bit silly to a master jeweller, they probably wouldn't accept them, but as jewellery makers, these are hugely popular and very, very useful. Now, the way we do that is by heating up the gemstone and then plunging them into ice cold temperatures, and that gives you this crackled or quench-like effect inside the gemstone that adds texture to your design. We've just taken these down to £9.95 for 2 strands. That's £5 a strand. I should just say, look how many gemstones you get. These are 8mm faceted coins, lots and lots of sparkle, because of course not only have you got the faceted finish, but when the light passes through the gemstone, traditionally you would get that clarity, but you get a little bit of extra sparkle from the inclusions, the crackled effect.
But I think if you got that hairband bundle that we did earlier, I think you've got to get those. Yeah,
at that I totally
price.
agree.
You've got to, haven't you?
Bridal tiaras all day long. These are just perfect, aren't they?
Yeah.
So all you really need is the hairbands and the clear quartz, and you could start to create, well, you need some wire. 0.4mm gold wire for the tiara twisting
and you're
technique.
done. Imagine how much you could profit-wise.
I'm showing off there for knowing that, Janet. Sorry.
Oh, right, sorry. I just assumed you know.
Doesn't take much for me to pat myself on the back, Janet. So yeah. Bit of 0.4 gold wire, the hairbands, your clear quartz, and the pearls at $7.95.
And that's it then, you're done then.
Boom.
Profit all the way.
There you go. Bridal tiaras, as I say, on traditional designer websites, they can be priced at as much as sort of £2,500–3,000. and even bespoke designers that I've spoken to in workshops have told me that bridal commissions, particularly the tiaras, or if you think about something like Gemma Crow's bouquet, those can be £200–300.
Yep.
Of course, they're very labour intensive, but you know, if you're passionate about crafting, about jewellery making, then really it's time well spent, isn't it? Because you're doing what you love, and you end up making somebody very happy on their special day. But of course, more importantly, you put a bit of a boost to your bank account. Yep. That's the trick. £9.95, a clearance deal on your faceted puffy coins of clear crackled quartz. We'll leave that one with you then, and because I was going to say, we've got to do a double star buy at the end of the show. It means we've got to start about 1:45. So right now it's time to launch the amethyst as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. In fact, this will kind of be our last star buy of the evening, although we have got a double super star buy coming up in about 20 minutes. Now, very, very privileged this evening because it's Christmas. The channel manager's been feeling generous and she's actually given us a huge number of premiere launches tonight. We've just seen your citrine. Of course, this strand of citrine would have started life. This rich, regal purple tone. Amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Think about it, that's, yeah.
Now you do get this colour tone occurring within amethyst, and we know that because we've seen gemstones like ametrine. But that's what gave us the indication that showed us that amethyst went this colour. Basically, you have to heat amethyst up to a higher temperature and the colour tone starts to change. Of course, sometimes in naturally occurring geodes, if you think that how far underground they are, sometimes huge swells of temperatures or pressures can actually form that transformation underground, and that's why we get ametrine. But if you want to have that consistency of colour, you have to take your natural amethyst and heat it up to create citrine. But this is the colour tone that amethyst naturally occurs in. Gorgeous regal purple tone, and I suppose it's one of the most well-known gemstones on the market. Most designers tell me that it's an essential item to have in your collection because it shows your customers that you are sourcing genuine gemstones, because this is the one they're aware of, this is the one they know about. Everybody knows amethyst. Mm-hmm.
So if you're using amethyst and sterling silver, you know, you're onto a winner.
That's it, isn't it? That's what people are almost expecting to see from the stores that are working with genuine gemstones. If you're seeing like synthetics, or people are predominantly focused on, you know, a particular technique, then that's something different. They're specialised in what they're doing. If you're a gemstone jewellery maker, people are going to expect to see some amethyst.
Yeah, you've got to have amethyst in there.
Yeah.
You've got to.
So that shows you, if you are thinking about selling your designs towards the end of the year, you've got to be stocking up on your amethyst designs. Apart from anything else, as I say, some people are already all up to date with their Christmas fairs, and they're starting to think about the new year. Now, if you're that organised, then
well done.
This, hey?
I said well done.
If you're that organised, then pat yourself on the back, because we're jealous.
Yeah.
Janet and I are jealous of you. But if you are, and you're starting to think about the new year, this is actually February's birthstone. And I suppose that might be one of the reasons that it is so well known and so revered, because it's known as Cupid's gemstone. It has those affiliations with Valentine's and connotations of love and romance. Actually, it was the first gemstone I ever bought for my girlfriend when I was at school on Valentine's Day. Because I went to a high street jeweller's, you see, and amethyst is a very popular gemstone there. You actually get 120 carats on this strand, which is huge carat weight when you consider that these are top drill drops, but they're quite a significant size. They range from 9 to 11 mil. And look at the faceting there, checkerboard faceting, quite a traditional and familiar finish to the gemstones. So again, you're offering people something that they're aware of, something they're familiar with, and that can make them feel more comfortable in parting with their cash.
And they're a lovely shape because they're that drop shape. They're like a little puffy drop shape, but they'll hang nicely on a necklace as well. So you can put them in between other gemstones and they will hang nicely.
Yes.
Because they've got that top drill.
Yes.
They will go through and they will hang nicely on the
Absolutely.
on the cord.
Because they're a bit broader and a bit more gem heavy, they'll hang.
Stand and they'll sit really nicely as well. Yeah,
they're beautiful. I'll just show you that just to give you a sort of a 3D look at the gemstones. And you see there the depth of the gemstone, how broad they are. Actually, that actually shows you how they hang. Actually, it is really.
Whereas the other gemstones we looked at were sort of more bulbous, more onion sort of shaped. They're not as sort of.
They're almost like if you squashed one of these. Aren't they? So, yes, your description was much better, but I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. These are a bit broader, a bit more bulbous, and these are a bit more. They're a bit flatter, not too flat.
So both of the shapes really, really useful, but in different ways.
There you go. And actually, we were talking earlier about the colour combination really working, weren't we? It's gorgeous, isn't it? Citrine and the Amethyst. If you did get hold of this premier strand, we're about to give you an exclusive launch price on the Amethyst, a must-have for most jewellery makers, especially at this kind of price. $14.95 is the exclusive launch price this evening. Of course, this strand of amethyst does come from our Gems of Distinction range. That represents our elite range of gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, the highest possible quality we can source for you, and that is because it's been sourced by our Indian buying team, who are based in Jaipur, the Pink City. And that is the premier location for gemstone trading in the world right now. And the key thing about that is that, you know, these guys, you know, they deal with the same traders every single day, and so they are able to build up those relationships, you know, so again, cutting out the middlemen, going directly to the traders, and basically, you know, when everybody's on the same page, they're just going to negotiate a fair price that suits everybody. So, you know, ethically sourced gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, and we pass the savings on to you. An exclusive launch price of $14.95 this evening, but for 120 carats of what can only be described as jewellery quality amethyst, the kind of amethyst I'd expect to see set into 9-carat gold elsewhere. And of course, that's what we're all about here at Jewellery Maker, bringing you the same quality of gemstones you expect to see on the high street, so that you can offer your customers the best possible deals and the highest possible quality. I mean, you can see the ridiculous colour saturation there. Instead of these sparkling, they're almost giving you that lustre again, aren't they? Because you've got that rich, regal purple tone. Spectacular. And these would work really well with the solar quartz that we saw right at the start of the show, wouldn't they? That's what I was thinking. Absolutely gorgeous. Available right now at $14.95. Gems of Distinction quality amethyst, but it's all about the way they've been faceted for me. That checkerboard faceting, really, really on trend at the moment. If you think about cocktail style rings, for example, you know, the big showcase pieces, the rings on even department stores, even when they're setting a piece of plastic into them, they still give it this checkerboard faceting, I've noticed. Yeah. So it's a really, really popular look within the market at the moment. I've got to leave that one with you because it's time now to find out what the worst Christmas gift you've ever received is. This was our competition. We launched it around about 5:30, so we've had a few hours to get involved. People have been texting in and messaging in throughout the evening to tell us the worst Christmas gift they've ever received, and the prize for anybody who entered, and don't forget you had to include your customer number to be included in the prize draw, was to win the charm bracelet that I made the other night. So it features all of the charms that we launched on Tuesday night. What do you mean you've got one?
A bad Christmas gift.
Oh, I thought you meant you got one. I was thinking, how? I only made one.
Oh, tomorrow.
All right.
When I buy it, make you make it, and then I'll have
okay.
it as well.
Sam, what's the worst Christmas gift you've ever received?
My
Your auntie gave you a toiletry set, and it was massive.
And I'm highly allergic to.
And you're allergic to all of the items that are in it.
Yeah, and she knew that though.
And she knew that you were allergic to that brand, but she bought you it anyway.
Last year.
Can I make a suggestion? She got it off somebody else and then didn't want it and thought, is it her that's allergic to this? Oh, it doesn't matter, just wrap it. What?
My next door neighbour did that.
Your next door neighbour did that,
Okay,
but with something you gave them the year
I
before.
got a bottle for the neighbours and then they returned it to me wrapped in a
Sam, you could pretty much deal with this text topic all on your own, couldn't you? Basically, people give Sam bad gifts.
I think they're trying to tell me something.
What about our audience members, Liam? Have they been texting in? Oh, right, okay. Now, if you hear your text read out now, I'm afraid you're a runner-up. Hey? No prizes for the runners-up, I'm being told to announce. It's just the charm bracelet for the winner. Okay, let's hear some. A half-used bottle of perfume from somebody's mother-in-law. That's terrible. Come on, oust them, I want names. Ruth. That's good. Ruth's been texting in all week, so thanks for getting involved. Margie's husband bought her a brown wooden toilet seat and he made her fit it. No, I've made that bit up. Sorry. I just made that bit up. I'm only joking. Still pretty bad. Wendy received a Jack D VHS 10 years after she stopped using a VHS player. That's pretty good. That was in the bargain bin. That was a stocking filler. Okay, but without further ado, it's time to now announce the winner. And I would say that the person who receives this deserves to be the winner because they have received the worst Christmas gift ever. And the winner is Sharon from Newcastle. So congratulations to Sharon. Let me just show you that Santa is indicating what Sharon received. And Janet alluded to this earlier on. No, but sometimes irons can be quite cool because they've got all settings and you think, wow, this is the best iron I've ever used. Ironing boards, however, they're never cool. They're never cool. She just said, stated in passing to her son one day that her ironing board was playing up a little bit, and so he got her an ironing board for Christmas.
Am I the only one that think that's quite sweet?
That's not sweet. Your mum doesn't want an ironing board off you. She can get one of them from the local supermarket for less than a tenner. I suppose he was showing her that he was showing that he was listening to her.
Yeah.
But about domestic chores, Sam. I think she'd probably prefer to meet in lovely earrings.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Okay, we're moving on because we've still got a double whammy of premiere launches to bring you. And I have to say, I suspect that both of these are going to be sellouts. We are going to launch them in about 5 minutes' time. We're going to try and fit in a couple more deals before that, if possible. Producer says if I ever shut up, we'll fit them in. Okay, we're moving on. And we're going to start with another opportunity to own gorgeous cultured pearls. As we've discussed over the last few weeks, we are expecting to see a rise in the price of pearls industry-wide, and so your opportunity to invest in them right now has to be utilised. These are gorgeous. They are right up my street. A rich, feminine tone here. Quite subtle, but when you look closer you can see how it will feed into your designs because it's quite a solid lavender tone, but it's just very feminine. It'll work with so many different.
You can't actually see that on the screen.
I was just thinking that. I started talking about the colour tone, and I was thinking, oh, it doesn't look the same.
No.
You got to.
Because when I look at it in the flesh, you can see the lavender tones. You can't see it properly.
It's got a beautiful pink
Beautiful.
pearlescence to it, hasn't it? On the surface of the gemstone.
Really pretty.
Again, luxury size. If these were perfect rounds, 11 by 10. No, yeah, exactly. My director's saying, no, they look a little bit lavender. Honestly, when you see them in the flesh, Bruce, they're much more mesmerising than they look on screen. It's our studio lighting. Because it's a more subtle tone, because it's more feminine, all the lights are washing it out a little bit on your screen. I would never make a judgment about a genuine gemstone through the TV screen, if I was honest with you. I would always use my 30-day money-back guarantee. Get it home, see it in the flesh, much easier to make an informed decision that way. And of course, that means that you can match it up with other gemstones, so it's going to give you a better idea of whether it works in your designs anyway. We did this as... Oh, I see. Oh, because we wanted to give everybody amazing deals, of course. My producer said, why did you do this? And I was thinking, why did I do what? And he's thinking, no, you took the price down to $12.95 only a few weeks ago, and now I've got to honour it. But do you know what? I think that it was because we were talking about the expected increase in price on pearls, and Dee got all excited because they went really well with a blue gemstone we had. And she gave everybody a £7 price reduction that you've now had to honour. So there you go. And I'm just looking over here, and I'm looking at the peacock pearls coming up in a few minutes' time. How about this for a combination, Janet?
Oh, yes.
Because you've got the purple hues from one end of the spectrum to the other here, haven't you? The lavenders up to the sort of amethyst purples that you're finding on the peacock pearls.
Oh, I love pearls. Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they?
Oh, I've just worked it out. Every like 10 minutes or so, something happens, and I look over and Sam and Janet look at each other and sort of scowl, and I was thinking, am I upsetting them? What am I saying? What did I say just then? It's the price reductions. They want to be at home. Am I right?
Yeah.
That's why when you just went, oh, I just love pearls. I can't have them because I'm here. That's what it was about. Now I just worked it out. I can't believe it's taken me 4 hours of being paranoid. It is a clearance price for cultured pearls and a luxury size there, $12.95. We're going to move on. 3. I love this gemstone. Wow. This is my favourite strand of Tiger's Eye ever. This is so perfect. I'm just thinking of masculine designs. Maybe that's because of my gender. Surfer style necklaces as the pendant. Those would work absolutely perfectly, I'm thinking.
Yeah, just put them on a bit of suede cord or something.
Yeah, brown suede cord. That'd look perfect, wouldn't it?
Just one of those as a drop.
I'm thinking maybe a couple of silver beads either side.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of those surfer style designs. That'd look good. Or you could set them with lots of different Jaspers would work really well with these.
Nice as bracelets as well. That could be a centre focal
like
point as a bracelet.
Sort of bangle or something. You could have that as the centrepiece, couldn't
or
you?
Or again, going into wire wrapping. They're perfect for wire wrapping because they've got that sort of like beveled edge to them as well.
Edge,
so you could do sort of like a prong setting on them as well. It would sit really lovely on that.
And actually you've got quite distinctive corners as well, so you could easily just, you know, if you are new to wire work, you could just make some simple prongs over the corners.
That's right, just to hold it in place.
So that would work. And they're available right now for $6.95. Sam's getting excited because she wants to use them in her tree of life.
Well, you said earlier about the Christmas tree.
Yes.
That would be a perfect like pot for the tree. If you like in there.
Ah. She's going to use it as the pot for the Christmas tree to come out of on her tree of life. Boom, right there. Good thinking, Sam. And not only that, now I know this is, you know, minimal when you think about the size of these gemstones. They range from 27 by 25 to 39 by 24, but you also get little tiger's eye spacers on the strand itself. I mean, that could be seen as a bit of a design in its own right, really, because with the spacers, do you know what they are as well? They're quite sort of tribalistic. They fit into that genre. That's really on trend at the moment, isn't it? Even just the larger style earrings that people wear, especially when they go away for the summer months. That's perfect. And of course, we haven't even touched on one of the reasons that Tiger's Eye is so popular for crafters, and that's the optical effect. I mean, the chatoyancy, because you've got that huge surface on the gemstone, you can really make the most of that cat's eye-like effect. Look at that. I love that. Huge match turnsy. Look at that. I love that. That's gorgeous. Okay, I've got to just tell everybody what's going on. My producer's basically bouncing off the walls in there. He doesn't sound very amused. He's like, I thought I wasn't supposed to be able to be allowed to do this anymore. What's happened, Liam? Come on, tell us. Oh, this is brand new. It's never been seen before, and somehow it's made it onto my producer's report. He's accidentally scheduled it. If any of the bosses are watching, you know what he's like. He did it deliberately. No, I'm joking. I am joking. He doesn't sound very amused in that. Okay, so we shouldn't actually be bringing this to you. It should be reserved for a launch. But yes, it's just accidentally fallen into our show, and we've accidentally launched it at the ridiculous price point of $6.95. And do you know what Liam says? Take that, morning show. $6.95. I'm only joking. Over 500 carats of tiger's eye. An exclusive launch price. There's no way this should have been brought to you this evening. It's a little bit of an error in our system, but it does give all of the Late Show viewers, well, a little bit of a treat. And haven't they just helped you out there by buying it all? Most people are coming through on the phone lines are taking 2 or even 3. So congratulations to the people multi-buying this strand. One of the finest quality strands of tiger's eye I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and yes, might get us in a spot of bother, but we're just happy because we've been able to give you a little treat. This is like, do you know what this is? As we approach Superstar Buy time, this is like when everybody's finished, open their presents, they're actually having their breakfast on Christmas, and everybody says, who's that one for? The one that's left under the tree. That's what this is. $6.95. If you have placed that in your basket, my advice, check out right now to avoid disappointment, because most of the phone buyers coming through are multi-buying this strand. Could be a sellout deal. Can we do 7 if we're doing one more? Or have you got something in mind? 8. Yeah? I'm just thinking, because we've had a long look at cultured pearls this evening, and we've had a really rich variety of cultured pearls, but how about this for Christmas, the shell pearl? Because the beauty of working with the shell pearl is it is a perfect round. So, you know, some people aren't as concerned with getting an organic mineral.
Yeah.
It's more about the look.
Yeah.
And for, you know, your Christmas parties,
that's perfect.
like you were saying with your LBD, if you just want to keep it simple with one piece of jewellery, for example, this would make a big impact, wouldn't it?
They're pretty colour. Gorgeous colour, aren't
Gorgeous golden tone, isn't it? Very traditional, because often when we try to create a golden tone, it's a little too bright or a little. This is
that's
right
perfect.
On the money.
It's like cashmere colour as well, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Absolutely gorgeous. $6.95 for your 12mm rounds. I just picked this because I thought it would be perfect for your Christmas designs, but actually it'll work for evening wear all year round, won't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And, oh, what am I thinking? Pearl rings.
Yep.
Are they easier to create working with a perfect round, the ring, or does it not really matter?
It's as easy as any other shape to do.
Yeah.
But but again, simple, just wire wrap ring, bit of wire around the base of that just to hold it in place, and perfect.
You done? Jobs are good. There you go then, $6.95. Did you want to cram one more in, or should we go on to the double superstar buy? What did you want to do before? Yeah, let's do it. It's sparkling, it's winking at me. I know people are going to want to own this. It's absolutely gorgeous. Faceted, I suppose these are somewhere in between rondelles and bicons. Give me a break. Gunmetal pyrite grey. I should be in charge of colour classifications. Actually, whenever I watch any of the presenters, they do this. They're like, this doesn't sound romantic enough. Actually, me and Lucy. Two people too big for their boots, that's what it is. Here we go, gorgeous pyrite in a gunmetal finish. 3x2mm rondelles. They do have ever so slight variations and irregularities in the shape because of the way they've been faceted, but again, I think that's going to feed into the texture that you add into your design. 70 carats in total, and again, oh actually, I'll tell you what, how about accenting your shell pearl in your ring with a bit of that gunmetal tone? It's bringing out the gold of the pyrite all of a sudden, isn't it? It's starting to sparkle. Oh yeah, like that. $6.94. Sorry, the reason I stopped doing that is that because Sam's trying to direct me to some inspiration, but she.
That was mine.
Shout out, Sam. What is it?
If you got the gold cubes.
Oh, the faceted gold cubes, the wholesale findings deal. I started looking around for something that I didn't have anymore. That's what slowed me down. Sorry, Sam. No, not at all. It's nice to get lots of insights from different jewellery makers, but you know what? It is now time to launch 2 of the most exciting premiere strands of the evening. It's Superstar Buy time! You can see it's Christmas in July, guys. I was wearing my hula skirt the whole night and you didn't even know. So I've just worn it all night, but I've never referenced it. Just more comfortable when I'm wearing a hula skirt, what can I say? Hey? Yeah, I wore this for me. It's nothing to do with the costume. I don't know. Now, not very often that we get to launch 2 premiere strands at the end of the show, and probably even less frequent do we have a gorgeous designer to create it all into a suite of jewellery, but that's just what we've got this evening.
They were amazing, absolutely beautiful. I love them, both of them.
They are 2 of the most complementary strands I've ever seen, and you wouldn't necessarily think of them going together, the Culture Pearls and the Spinel. No,
but I wanted to put them together. And I thought a rosary chain just separates them and just lets them both shine. I
was going to say it allows both gemstones to have their own platform, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And they're just both gorgeous.
They're absolutely gorgeous. We are going to launch the Spinel first. It comes from the Gems of Distinction range. For me, the best strand of Spinel we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Very, very uniformed sizes and shapes. They range very slightly from 3mm to 4mm, but you know, it's almost impossible to see a millimetre with the naked eye, but of course we like to be as informative as possible. And I mean, just look at the luster you've got there. They're
gorgeous, aren't they?
They are. I mean, it's as you described it earlier, it's just like paparazzi camera flashes, isn't it? I mean, even in our studio lighting, those are, well, look at it.
When you get them home, you'll just want to sit and stare at them for a while. You won't want to do anything with them for a while.
It's mesmerising, isn't it? It really draws the eye in. It's
stunning.
Gorgeous. Now, key thing about this is not just the size and the facets, but have a look at the shape. Little cuboid prisms here. Those are going to feed into the style of your designs, aren't they? Because the actual shape's going to allow them to catch the light a little more so that luster comes through, but also adds a little bit of texture and dynamic to the design itself. I mean, we've seen them within the rosary link chain, but something I like is the earrings, because again, a little bit of movement is going to allow the sparkle to come from the faceting, but you can actually see the shape there, can't you? Yeah. The shape's really standing out on this earring design. You can see it here. Yeah, so I think in those earrings you can really see the shape, and I think that
they sort of stand out, don't they?
Yeah, it's become a feature of the design, not just the gemstone, but the shape of it itself. Whoa! Is anybody going to buy a strand of Spinel? Because most people are having to. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number. How many strands do we have in stock? Oh, why did I think it was so much more? Because I'm an idiot. Oh, that's what it was then. Okay, we've only got 100 strands.
Right.
Well,
I'm interested to see how much
sorry,
we are.
we had 100 strands. There's no way we've got 100 strands anymore. Over half the stock's already been allocated, and I think this is why.
Oh my goodness. I'm really shocked.
Did you tone down your reaction then, Janet?
I did. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my word! I feel the same way. £10 for Spinel of this quality. I mean, that could easily be set into a Gems TV design, and it would.
I am gutted I'm not at home now. They are beautiful.
Oh, Sam's telling me that I have to do this. You know what that means, Sam's mum. Start dialing the free phone number. She wants some Spinel. Okay, we're going to have to leave it. We're going to move those graphics to the bottom of the screen so you can still get involved while the stocks last. And in the meantime, we are going to bring you these gorgeous peacock pearls. Slight irregularities on the surface, like the little rings. But I think that, again, shows your customers you're working with the real McKay.
Yeah.
We saw how perfect the shell pearl was. And, you know, it's not really believable.
But there's no mistaking that they're real pearls. And the colours that come off it, it's like petrol on water, isn't it?
Absolutely. Those peacock tones.
Beautiful.
I was so annoyed guess what we found the other day? We went for a walk with the dog and we found a peacock feather, big peacock tail feather. Mainly because our local pub has a peacock as its pet. Yeah. No, we don't find the feathers though. So we found a feather and Freddie snapped it on the way home.
Oh.
Freddie's my son. So me and my daughter were gutted.
Oh, bless.
But it had a big eye on the top. It displayed all those colours, and you know that little shimmer when the light hits peacock feather. That is what you've got here from these pearls. It's the same effect that you get from the most sought after variety of pearls on the market, Tahitian pearls. They have that rich, almost a mixture of forest greens and amethyst purples.
You can see the purples and the greens and that just running through it.
You're right, even
amazing.
in our studio lights on screen, you can see it right now. Actually, do you know what? It's probably because the designer desk is so much better. Looking at gemstones, I've discovered that over the last few weeks. Once again, a huge number of people multi-buying this strand. They are 9mm cultured pearls, and this is actually a feature of the pearl. It's the variety. They're called potato circle pearls. Oh, I've just realised we haven't even brought the price on screen. I just saw so many people take with ×2 behind this. Half the stock has already been allocated. We started with around about 200 strands. We've got double figures remaining in stock, so let's get our price put on screen. Oh, no wonder.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no, too late. She saw it. Janet's just going to storm out at the end of the show because she's missed out on so many deals.
Hands on the hips now.
We aim to please, Janet. Only not the designer. Sam, if you do that anymore, your nose is going to come off. Okay. Sam's mum, you know what to do. Have you got somebody that you could give this to? Everybody's getting excited up there. She's dressed as an elf. Is that what it is? I think a rocks presenter, because it's Christmas in America as well today. These are our colleagues from our sister channel, Rocks. There you go. There you go. She's dressed as an elf. So it's crazy working here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, but we're all one big happy family, and of course we all have the same idea in mind, and that is making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible whilst responsibly transferring Mother Nature's creations. We also want to give you the best deals on the market, and I think we've just done that. Cultured pearls, hand carved by Mother Nature herself inside the oyster shell, and launched at a disgusting price, $7.95. Janet's not impressed, But Sam is desperate to have a look at your inspirational designs. Let's have a look at them. I love this one. I mean, they're very Gucci-esque, if you don't mind me saying. It's because of the combination of the black spinel and the gold
I was
wire.
just going to leave the spinel, but then I'd got excess gold wire, so I thought wrap that round, and it just.
The way it cages the gemstones, I think it's beautiful. It adds to the design. It's almost like spun sugar.
Yes.
Isn't it? I love that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you need 12 gemstones to create that pair of earrings, and this is gold-plated sterling silver on the finings. So those could actually cover the cost of your spinel and your pearls, the price point that you'd sell them for, I would imagine. Actually, you've made a huge suite of jewellery here, haven't you? This could really add to the
strands,
designs.
actually. There's quite a lot.
There's a lot going on here, isn't there?
Yeah.
A little bit of gold wire.
And we did a ring as well, so that's how easy it is to do a pearl ring.
Look at that. I mean, that actually looks like it's sat in the shell, doesn't it? Is that the idea?
Well, it wasn't, but I should have said yes.
Yeah. And now that I've said it, it definitely is. I mean, look at that. So simple, but absolutely stunning.
But those pearls are just so beautiful.
I mean, the pearls do all the work for you there, don't they, really?
They're gorgeous.
I think that's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, well, just enough time for me to thank Janet for all of her insights and her designs. It's been great. You've enjoyed everything except missing out on everything. Lovely Sam on cameras, pretty much the same situation for her. But the lads in the gallery have been great as well. Bruce on directing, Liam producing, giving you all the prices. Don't know where Pete's gone, but he's been great as always. Just enough time for me to thank you for joining us, and we'll be back from 5 PM tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
Join guest designer Karen Crawford for our Talk Necklaces DVD. Karen will guide you through a number of techniques, including how to design free-form pieces, how to make structured necklaces, adding gemstones and the Aztec weave. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Merry Christmas, everybody! Hello! Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rebecca Festive Redican, and today I have got for you some seriously surprising treats in store. Never mind Santa coming down the chimney. Who needs him when you've got creativity coming out of your ears like the wonderful Fiona?
Hello, Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
I'm not really that good at gardening, to be honest. So how are you today, lovely Fiona?
Hot. Very hot. This can't stay on for long. I'm really sorry, but it's coming off. Other than that, I'm well. Thank you.
What's coming off?
The hat.
Oh, right.
It's not really me. I'm here, look.
Oh, yeah, hello. So, tell us, what have you got planned for this festive fiesta today?
Wow, we have some unfestive, very floral.
Good start. Good start, Fiona.
No, that's me. Summery resin, followed by oodles and oodles of polymer clay, Christmas polymer clay. And we've got maybe some Christmas trees, maybe some snowmen, all sorts of goodies that go on the Christmas tree.